pleasure to be It is a pleasure to be participating in this year's first. It is a pleasure to be participating in this.
Thank you, Saskia. All right. How about that to start our opening ceremony? Can we get another round of applause for our wonderful cellists. Someone who plays the cello is called a cellist. Didn't know that before today. But I wanted to thank Anna, and I will check my pronunciation now, Anna Nekvasilova. She is Czech, she is 17, and she studies in Prague. And Rafael Knappe, he is German, he is 21, and he studies in Rostock. And yeah, we will see a bit more of them throughout the opening ceremony. So once again, thank you to them. But in the meantime, yeah, they deserve it. In the meantime,
yeah, so once again, thank you to our cellists here for their two pieces that they are about to play today. Both of them will be rearranged especially for the eye by, or have been rearranged especially for the eye by a young composer called Daria Kukal Moisiva, so that's amazing. And then to start off the actual opening ceremony as is, hello, my name is Alex. I'm from Finland, and I'm one of the eye volunteers here putting on this conference today.
And I'm João. I'm from Portugal. None of us live where we come from, but we've both been we've both been volunteering at the European Youth Parliament for a second now, and I mean, it's great to be with Alex. We always have such a great time together, don't we, Alex?
Anyway, we've been asked to do some interactive questions with you all, and we want to set the bar for the eye very high, okay? We want the vibes to be great right off the bat. So for this, I think we're going to do something a little bit silly, but we ask you to join us in the silly behavior, okay? Yeah.
Okay. So the way we're going to measure this level of excitement is we're going to divide the room in half around here. Yeah. You have the right idea. Exactly. Pick a side. Exactly. Yeah. So this side, I want you to train this sound. Uh-huh. Okay. So at 3, this side, do uh-huh. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let's see if this side can do it a little bit better. Okay, so everyone from this side, I want you to do a uh-huh. Okay, so on 3. 1, 2, 3. We can do a little bit better. Do it a little bit lower. Uh-huh. That's good. All right. So when I ask, how excited are you for I will point to one of the sides, and this side will respond. Okay, so.
I think I'm eyeing quite a bit of excitement in the room already, so we're expecting to hear some great responses here.
Tough. How excited are you for the I? 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 Both sides. Okay, great. Alex, more interaction.
Now, some more interactions. This one's easier, not so silly, okay? But let's get a quick diversity of the room check. We're very excited to be welcoming over 1,500 people to Berlin this weekend. So let's see where we're all coming from. Who all is here from Berlin? Raise your hand. We have good Berlin representation. Who all is from Germany? Okay, there we have. Most people are not from Berlin, I see, but okay. And who all is coming from outside Germany? Okay.
Ooh.
We have quite a good representation.
Yeah, let's give it up. You know, I'm just eyeballing it, but I think we got a quite good diversity here. Yeah, anyway, to move swiftly on.
Ignore him.
Yes, to move swiftly on, we would like to, start the formal part of the opening ceremony by having our first speaker, who is, of course, none other than the chairwoman of the board of the Schwarzkopf Foundation, as well as the managing director of the Allianz Foundation. I would like to welcome on stage Ezra Kuchuk. Please give her a very warm round of applause.
change this. All right. Good morning, everybody. A warm welcome to all of you here in the Colosseum in Berlin and also online on the screen. Say hello to the people who are joining us online. Hello, I'm very pleased to welcome you all to the European Youth Event in Berlin. We just saw all the hands. I heard we have participants from 63 countries here in the room and online. We are expecting, we just heard it, more than 1,500 people joining. And all of this is organized by 40 voluntary people and the team of the European Youth Parliament at the Schwarzkopf Foundation. So first of all, I want to clap our hands for these 40 volunteers and the team that this become true in a very short time, and all of you are here. So thank you very much for that. Yeah, for me personally, it's a very special occasion in many ways today. As a passionate European, in my role as a CEO of the Allianz Foundation, a foundation which supports this event today because our mission is enabling better living conditions for the next generations, but especially because for me, as a board chair member of the Schwarzkopf Foundation, this is the first encounter with the European Youth Parliament and with such an event here today. Just some month ago, I became the chairwoman of this wonderful organization founded more than 50 years ago. I did not hesitate when I was asked to take over this role, contributing to building an open, solidarity-based and diverse Europe and giving young people a voice is more important than ever in times we are living right now, right here. What do I mean with that? This year, the year 2024, is a super election year. There is the European Parliament election. We have elections in the US, in the UK, in India, in Belgium, in Romania, and I could continue the numbers of countries, a lot of countries more. I don't know if you knew that nearly half of the world's population is called to elections this year. Wow. And that's why I would like to ask you, and you can show with your hands, for whom among you is the European Parliament election will be the first election in which you can vote? Yeah, I see a lot of hands. And also for whom of you this election will be the first election ever you can vote? Yeah, great. And I'm sure you heard it already, all those who just showed up with your hands, but I would like to tell it even more that your votes in this election really matter. In fact, this is also the reason why we chose to support the European Youth Event. We got together with the European Cultural Foundation and the Evans Foundation to support activities and campaigns across Europe that mobilize young voters for the election. Because last year, when we published our study, Movers of Tomorrow, we got some insights in what is important to engage socially. We asked young adults in 5 European countries about their visions for a livable future and what they are doing to help to shape this future. And it showed us that young people are united at the moment internationally by their worries about the future. But we had also encouraging findings. Above all, young adults want a secure, fair, climate-friendly society, and most of them are already taking individual actions to make this happen. But many people do not take the step into collective action yet. even though personal encounters like this event are super important to encourage people for social engagement. And this is why moments like this, where we come together, learn more about civic action, meet new perspectives from all over Europe, are essential. Essential to get from the individual level to a collective action. They show us that we are not alone, but we are a community that cares. And that's why I would like to start with a community that cares already on a small level. Perhaps you can show also with your hands how many of you know people that will not vote in the European Parliament election even though they could vote. Oha. Oh, this is more than I would have expected. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. So now I would like to give you a challenge for the next 2 days. Please use this time to collect all the arguments, all the reflections that you can get. And I would like to challenge you to take back all these impressions, all these reflections back home and try to convince those who are not yet aware that this election really matters, and try to convince them to reflect and rethink about their decision. Is that a deal? Yeah? Is that a deal? Okay, great. Yeah, and now join me with a very big thank to the team, the volunteers, the European Youth Parliament, the Schwarzkopf Stiftung for making this happen, and have a wonderful, great event. Enjoy and have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Ezra Kuchuk for these kind words. And let's remember, it's election year, guys. Got to step it up. Next up, we are very honored to be showing a video by the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola.
It is a pleasure to be participating in this year's first local European youth event. One that not only brings together so many young convinced pro-Europeans, but that does so in Berlin, a city that is synonymous with the essence of our European project. But let me be clear, being pro-European can never result in complacency. The European Union is the most successful peace project in history. In this legislature especially, our response has been unprecedented. I think of how we came together to respond to a global pandemic, to support Ukraine, and to defend our values and our way of life. The groundbreaking pieces of legislation we have ushered in on climate, on digitalization, on equality. And yet, despite how far we have come together to build a sustainable, inclusive and prosperous Europe, there are still those who want to undermine it, that see the very existence of it as the ultimate threat. That is the biggest challenge we face in the 49 days leading up to the European elections in June. Now, I do not want to create any illusions. I would be the first to admit that the European Union is not perfect, but it is the best guarantee for all our people. So where we need to fix, let us do so. But let us keep building rather than allow easy cynicism to destroy. And here there is a crucial role for young people to play. Nothing should stop the next and current generations of Europeans from shaping our common future. That is why the European Parliament continues to invest in our youth through funding, education, trainings and internships, which, by the way, are all accessible on our online youth hub. The European Youth Event is, of course, our flagship initiative to encourage young people to become more involved in European democracy. It is about laying the groundwork for a better, even more united future. But your work cannot stop here. Take this experience back home with you. Continue engaging with politics. Become active in your local communities. And most importantly, between the 6th and the 9th of June, vote. And convince your family and friends to vote too. Do not take Europe for granted. Your voice matters. Thank you. It is a pleasure to be part of.
Thank you very much to Roberta Metsola for this message and her continued support in the event.
And to continue our wonderful opening ceremony, we will be starting off a quick Q&A about this statement, and I would like to welcome on stage two of the biggest supporters of this event alongside the European Parliament, of course. One of them is the head of the European Parliament Liaison Office in Berlin. His name is Georg Pfeiffer. And the second person is the managing director of the E.ON Foundation. His name is Stefan Muschig. And I would like to welcome both on stage. We have two microphones here, I see them. And if we will take a seat, I suppose. Yeah. And I would just quickly like to ask you to reflect on what President Metsola said to us in her statement. And the first question I would like to ask both of you who are such important supporters of this event is, what would you like young people to take from the Berlin Eye?
Yes, first of all, hello to everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here in this, I haven't been here myself, actually working in Berlin, in this beautiful cinema, a combination of old and new. The European Youth Event was basically established by the European Parliament by three, if I remember correctly, three big events in Strasbourg. And I'm very glad that it's Berlin now, for one good reason, you know, that the European Parliament recommended the member states to introduce voting starting at the age of 16. So some of the member states did it, smaller member states, but Germany now introduced it for the European elections is a big step. And the more even important it is that we also do encourage the young people to vote, and that they also, but what shall I say, Roberta Metsola, our president, said it already, everything, but still, that they also, encourage others to go to this important election on 6th to 9th June.
Thank you.
Hello from my side as well. I'm really stunned by this picture, by this energy in this room. E.ON Foundation has been a supporter of the European Youth Parliament for a very long time, for many, many years. But this we can see here today is something extraordinary, and a big compliment to the organizers organizing that. I'm really stunned by this. Congratulations. And I mean, coming back to your question, it's the last sentence of the statement. Your voice matters. Young people hold a lot of political power if they vote, if they get organized, if they build networks, if they build communities. You have a strong voice, and I mean, the time couldn't be better to raise this voice ahead of the elections to the European Parliament, and also the topics that are important to the E.ON Foundation are important to all of Europe. It's climate protection, it's a transition of energy sector and of the industry, of the society towards climate neutrality, and raise your voice for that, and be aware that all this is only possible if Europe stands together and if you vote on at the beginning of June. So do it.
We could not have said it better. I would like to once again say thank you to the head of the Parliament, the European Parliament Liaison Office here in Berlin, and the managing director of the E.ON Foundation, Georg Pfeiffer and Stefan Muschig. Thank you very much for your presence here.
It's a pleasure.
And we will also now welcome someone else on stage for the next part of our opening ceremony program. She will be the moderator of our panel discussion, and I will read her very, very impressive bio that I've been given. Lizge Yikmish completed her academic education in London, Berlin, and Frankfurt, studying economics, finance, and philosophy. Throughout her professional career, she has gained experience in various fields, such as politics, banking, corporations, and others. Lizge is actively involved in various initiatives. For instance, she founded the association Heidi, which provides free digital tutoring for families, for students from socioeconomically disadvantaged families. Please welcome with a very warm round of applause our moderator for the panel discussion, Lizge Yikmish. Lizge.
Hi and welcome also from my side. Today we convene here to explore a topic that lies at the heart of shaping our collective future, youth participation. But before we delve into our panel discussion, we will have the privilege of hearing an insightful input statement by Professor Dr. Daniela Schwarzer, who will provide us with valuable insights into the importance and different dimensions of youth participation. Professor Dr. Daniela Schwarzer is a member of the board of Bertelsmann Foundation and one of the foremost experts in European and international politics and economics, with a 20-year career spanning prestigious think tanks, foundations, and universities. Welcome. After Ms. Schwarzer's input, we will be joined by 3 more panelists, each bringing their own expertise and perspectives to our discussion. Please join me in welcoming Janis Fifka, Mila Tabesh, and Haili Chantar. Allow me first to introduce Janis Fifka from the IVP, who is a freelancer trainer and moderator. Moreover, he specializes in working with both young and adult multipliers and non-profit organizations with a keen interest in topics including engagement, Europe, democracy, and digitalization. Next, introducing Mila Tabesh, political scientist and founder of Ruhrpott für Europa. He's actively developing a youth-focused European political agenda with the aim of amplifying the voices of the younger generation in the transformation region called Ruhrpott in Germany. Finally, meet Haili Chantar, a climate activist and law student from Malta. As a youth ambassador for the EU bioeconomy, she's a tireless advocate for the preservation of natural environment and represents the youth perspective at high-level conferences across Europe. Thank you. And now let us begin with the input.
Thank you so much, Lizge. Thank you, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm really delighted to be part of this panel and the conversation, and I was really happy when you asked me to share a few introductory thoughts. I really want to start with another thank you to the European Youth Parliament, to the Schwarzkopf Foundation, and to this terrific team who made all of this possible. I think they deserve another round of applause. For us as the Bertelsmann Foundation and the Now Europe project, it's a huge privilege that we could join your network, that we can work together, because, you know, we are 50 days, not even, ahead of the EP elections. And when you look at those elections, 2 things stand out. One thing is campaigns haven't really started, and opinion poll data doesn't look good at all. And secondly, if you look at the policy side, so much is at stake. So actually, my hope is on you guys and girls, because what you can bring to this moment in our European history is a lot of energy, a lot of forward-looking thinking, a lot of engagement, but also the fact that you can bring in your ideas on what Europe's future should look like and what the main topics are, even global ones, that Europe should tackle. Now, let me share a bit of data. The highest shares of first-time voters are expected to be in Belgium, France, and Germany. In Belgium, there will be 9.7% first-time voters. In France, 8%, and in Germany, 7.9%. Why is that so? Because the minimum voting age has been lowered to 16 years. I think this is a hugely important step, and at the same time, it's a huge responsibility. Because those people, and some of you have lifted their hands, you're voting for the first time in these European elections, those people have to be involved in democratic debates, in a conscious decision what they will vote for, whom they will vote for, and why they go and vote. So your engagement to bring young people along, to talk to them, to inform them that many of you have taken and will take over the next few weeks is really hugely important. And I think that, you know, not enough can be done to support this all along the way. Let's look back at the last elections for a moment. You know, when I think back 5 years in time, people were worried, as they are now, that there could be a very strong result for right-wing populists, for anti-European parties, for extremists on the right-hand side and the left-hand side of the political spectrum who don't defend liberal values, who don't really want a functioning democracy. And last year round, the results, sort of last time round, 5 years ago, the results were pretty good. We didn't see this huge surge in extremism. We didn't see this enormous strengthening of anti-European voices. And why was that so 5 years ago? Because the turnout in elections was higher than usual, and because in particular young people engaged a lot. And another thing is important. The topic that young people engaged for at that time, 5 years ago, and not only in the European elections, many of those issues were related to fighting climate change, to environmental sustainability more generally. So future topics that are most important for your and following generations. And really, you know, sitting in Berlin and observing every Friday, the Friday for Futures demonstrations, and seeing my own kids go there almost every week, I saw what this huge mobilization power then was. And it really translated into an electoral move, into the elections in the European Parliament, and with that, a very strong green agenda over the past 5 years. Now, I'll close with that thought. If we don't do anything, those achievements are at stake. If we don't do anything, there is a high likelihood that in early June, or 9th of June, we will have election results covering the whole of the EU, where we see a rise in right-wing and left-wing populism in the European Parliament, where we see parties strengthening that do not want the EU to work well. Some of them don't want to support Ukraine, others want to roll back the green climate agenda. In my personal view, I think that would be not only very bad for Europe and my personal future, but in particular for yours. So this is why I so highly appreciate that you are all here, because you feel you have a mission, because you feel you have a European commitment. And I'm really looking forward to the debate with all of you on this panel now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this input. And armed with this knowledge and inspiration, let us engage in a dynamic exchange of ideas. And talk about strategies maybe to enhance youth involvement in decision-making processes and also about societal change. Let's start with a rather broad question. So, and this addresses all of you. How would you define youth participation for yourself? And maybe you could also tell me about a few elements which you consider as important, and also in which areas do you believe youth participation should also more particularly be involved? Milad, do you want to start?
Sure. First of all, hello everyone. It's a gigantic pleasure to sit here next to all of you. In the beginning, or in this morning, I was wondering how to translate the initiative that we founded, because Ruhrpott is a very German name, and I was thinking in the train, should I say Ruhrgebiet, Ruhr, whatever. You can look it up. I'm from the western part of Germany, and we are trying to actually give young people, a lot of them are here with me today, a voice in the upcoming elections. And I really think giving young people a voice is a wrong sentence. They already do have a voice. I have a voice. The question rather is we need to amplify their voices. If we look at, for example, demographics in Germany, the distribution of elderly and young people, we realize that there is always 2 elderly facing 1 young vote. Now, if we refrain or restrain from elections, those lacking votes will be twice as heavy in the election results as in comparison the elderly. And to your question, Lizke, I believe caring about issues that are relatable to our everyday lives is already youth participation. If, for example, friends of mine come to me and ask me and tell me, Milad, the prices for döner have risen already again. What should we do? I'm not really happy and in content with this Federal Republic government. Then I'd say, really, this is politics. This is a result of social politics, of inflation, of rising prices, and that this has become sort of a symbol for, let's say, disappointment, is in itself youth participation. We should not think of the young party affiliations where everyone once a week attends the meetings, drinks a beer, talks about the government as being youth participation. I think we need to perceive it as something very low threshold and also allow these concerns to be included in political debates.
Yes, thank you. Do you want to move on?
I'll just add a few more points. I think the most formal, but still really important thing is to bring the voting age down to 16 across all of the European Union. I think that would be a huge step, and it would create a much more balanced situation, because now some countries have moved into that direction and others haven't. The other thing is that this will create a dynamic in itself. So if you go and vote in the European elections and a year later you're not allowed to vote in German federal elections, you may ask yourself, what's happening here? So I think young people should formulate this and say, why are we allowed to do this here but not there? And I hope across countries this will engage a really important debate. The second thing is the European Union is right now testing participatory formats. There have been the big one, the Future of Europe conference, but there are also small ones. You know, I think young people should be involved in these, no matter what the voting age is. I think as of 16, young people could be part of those formats, because that's something that the EU is now learning to engage, because we really learn by the month, actually, that the old forms of democracy are still valid, but they are no longer enough. And this, I think there's a huge potential also for online participatory formats, and young people like you, I think, should all really look out for those opportunities and try and engage in them. And the other thing that I believe is organizations like mine, a big foundation, that's an operational one, you know, for years we have tried to do the best for young people, but that concept has already changed with us, and I hope it changes everywhere. That it's not about delivering something to young people, but working out things and supporting young people to get it right themselves. This concerns, for instance, education projects, social engagement projects, and I think there's a lot to lift there, but it not only requires sort of the old structures to rethink, but also all of you to show what you can do, and I think there's so much out there to see and to try to network the older structures and the new energy that is here and everywhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Haley, what is your insight? You don't have a mic.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's my first time in Berlin, and so far I'm quite impressed. And I'm also very impressed by what a full room we have today. So yesterday I got like a mini tour of like where the open ceremony is going to be, and I saw the chairs here. I was like, okay, this is doable. And now I'm seeing all the staircases and people upstairs as well. So I'm very excited about how much energy there is in this room. So back to the question with regards to youth participation. So yes, we're hearing a lot about voting and how important that is, and I do stand by it. It's very important to go out and vote. But I see this issue about voting is that, at least for me, I don't want to just vote every 5 years and that's it. I'm quite active, so for me it's like just voting is not enough for me to say I have made my voice heard. And actually, just a quick question, I'm thinking about this now. Who here knows who all their candidates are for the European Parliament? Maybe a raise of hands? Not that many hands. You see, this is something very interesting, because actually we're told, go out, vote for the European elections, but who are we actually voting for? The candidates, I feel like, it's like, okay, yes, you have to find candidates who match your interests, because of course that's who you want to represent you, that's what the European Parliament is for. But when you don't know who the candidates are and what they stand for, how are you supposed to properly vote? So I think that is something we should definitely work on as youth, because as we can see in the room, not everyone knows who they're actually going to be voting for, because they don't know who all the candidates are. And something else is that voting once every 5 years is, at least for me, it's just not going to do it. So I was also thinking, like, running for elections. It's harder for young people to run for elections because there isn't much confidence in us. I guess there might be, I don't know, some stereotype that maybe we're just not interested in politics, or we're not as knowledgeable as someone who has 20 years of experience. I mean, fair enough. I mean, for instance, I'm sure you have more experience than I do. But, you know, we still have a voice and we're representing a different part of society. For instance, when it comes to climate change, when it comes to digitalization, we have different expertise. And part of having a holistic representation is that it's not just the, I don't know, 40-year-olds or 50-year-olds that are represented, it's also the youth. Because if you see the average age of the people in the European Parliament, they're around like 49 years, 50 years old. And that's not a good representation, I would say, for an average age. So definitely more confidence and opportunities in youth running for elections, because running for elections is also very expensive. And obviously, at least I don't have the money to run a successful campaign, not yet. And also, I was thinking about more having entry-level positions in legislation, because they usually require some years of experience. And if we're out of university, so we've done our bachelor, we've done our master's, maybe we've done an internship, we don't have 5 years of experience working on legislation. So having these entry-level positions that aren't just, for instance, I don't know, usually I see entry-level positions being like social media, for instance, or communications, because yes, we're very good at that, but we're also good at giving our input. And I don't think we have to have 5 years of experience in order to be given a voice when it comes to drafting legislation.
Thank you for your answer and also your appel. Yannis, what do you think?
Yeah, apologies. I will use the power of the mic first as a member of the board of the EYP as well, to really thank from the bottom of my heart to all the volunteers and everyone who was involved in setting this up and bringing this event to Berlin and to our network. As someone who has been in the network for over a decade, this is really a proud moment. So thanks a lot, also on behalf of everyone in our network. On the question, I think also what we live in EYP is that youth participation should be first a mindset. So you believe that young people have an opinion on everything that they want to have one about. So it's not just about things that are youth topics, like school, sports, those kinds of things, but everything, like housing, maybe health issues, environment, everything. And I think that's not yet really implemented in how youth participation and politics works. And that leads me to the second part. Youth participation should be a structural thing. Meaning, yes, I really appreciate that you brought it up. Voting is important, and we should definitely talk about, young people voting with 16. We heard that this is only possible in a few EU countries, so we should work on that more. But that's not all of it, because first of all, we should also address, let alone in Germany, we have 5 million of young people who are young voters, so not only first-time voters, but young voters who had already had the privilege to go voting once, but they might be disappointed and not go again this time. So we have to talk to them as well, and we have to offer them something as well. And I think this is only possible if there is more things than just voting. And I think it starts with very practical things in early childhood, in school. And we know from studies that a lot of young people, they feel that there is like some sort of shift between when they come from kindergarten to school in how much they can participate in everyday decisions about them. So I think every one of us could think of a topic that really they care about, or a decision, something that they would like to do, which they cannot take part in because it's decided by someone else who have more power than them, who are just older as them. And I think we should really question why is that the case? Why, for example, our school systems are still quite, let's say, not so democratic, not so youth-oriented, even though there's a lot of people who engage there, teachers, social workers who do as much as they can. But I think it really, as I said in the beginning, it's a mindset, and it's about questioning why things are like they are. And then I think we go into a true youth participatory society.
Thank you. So I think we heard on all reflections kind of a critical touch. So let's talk about challenges and barriers of youth participation. Ms. Schwarzer, could you tell me maybe what obstacles do you see to effective youth participation in political but also in societal life? And maybe you could also tell us how we could overcome these obstacles and enable more inclusive participation.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'd like to start with what you said about standing as a candidate and being able to run for elections yourself. You know, there you face highly protective systems. People don't want to give up their spot on the list. People don't want to share campaign money. Parties don't necessarily, as you said, are we trusted? If someone fresh comes and your old party structure is not that open, you may in fact not be trusted, because the people you know longer, you know, are reliable campaigners and then don't act in a surprising way once in parliament, you know, it's easier to work with them. So I think opening up to young people also on candidates lists, this is hugely important. And speaking about this in Berlin, I can say that we have the youngest federal parliament ever, because at least 2 parties brought in a lot of young people. And as far as I can observe, this has worked super well. And it really changes not only the image of parliament, but also the tone. And so I think that is an important achievement that we need to do. I think this cannot work without some kind of mentoring or coaching. So I do hope that policymakers open up and look at young talent and help and support. So for this rather traditional way of standing for elections, going into institutions, I think this is something where, you know, the system needs to open up, and people who have this experience can actually help and support a lot. The other obstacles are, of course, very often the question, what is affordable? Because as young people, your energy is probably on your education, on then the first job. Maybe you have to move. At some point, you will have to want to, you know, settle somewhere because you want a family, depending on what your plan is. And to make that space and to have society support you as individuals to make that space for social engagement or for political engagement. This is very important. Also, you know, employers need to think about that. How much do they want to support young employees in their own development as someone who engages socially, as someone who wants to seek a political engagement? You know, this rethink that we need, where I think personally it would be much better, and again, I know Germany best, so I see it here, you have very many career politicians who start at some point and then who don't leave until they retire. I think we should have far more rotation, far more people coming in, maybe 2 mandates and then leave again. We don't have a limit to parliamentary mandates. And I think this is something that should also be thought about. That would make it easier and more natural to enter young and then also to leave at some point and do something completely different. So I'll leave it with those 3 points as a starter.
Thank you. Milad, maybe building up on this, how can we ensure that the voices of marginalized youth are also heard and considered in political decision-making processes? And maybe you could also name a few measures that can be taken to encourage youth to engage more in local but also in European decision-making processes.
Allow me to be very personal on this question. And I might be probably critical once again, but my parents, for example, they did not come to Europe because of, let's say, the roaming fees that Europe has introduced, or let's say the opportunity to do Erasmus. My parents fled war from somewhere very far away and specifically wanted to come to Europe because of a set of values that we share. And that set of values goes beyond the European Union as we see and experience it today. With our initiative, Ruhrpott für Europa, we visit schools and we talk about the European Union and how it functions. But we always separate and we say, Europe is not the European Union and Europe is not a territory. Europe is an idea. And we're here to talk to you about the idea, but we are also here to tell you that we need to first save the European Union in order, for example, to vote, and then come together and talk about how we can improve and actually reach or come closer to this vision. Today is a very bright day. All of these young folks that are here give me a feeling of hope. Europe in itself is a I would say, promise. But the clouds over Berlin and the clouds over Europe, and I want to emphasize this, they are very heavy and they are dark. For the very first time this year, far-right parties can form the European Commission after the elections. I cannot and I do not want to think of this, and I can only encourage you. I know the European Union is not perfect. The President of the Parliament, Metsola, mentioned this. But I also agree with her in saying that we need to do baby steps, and one baby step could be to convincing families and relatives and friends to attend the ballot box and to cast their votes, because there's a lot at stake this time.
Thank you. Coming back to what we can do, let's talk about tools and platforms for youth participation. Yannis, what tools and platforms are available to young people to engage politically, exert influence? And are there also innovative approaches or projects that can encourage maybe the youth to participate?
So the general answer would be not enough, but there is, of course, many that could be good examples. Easy one would be, of course, how we do it in EYP, setting up events where young people can just share opinions and become more confident in just talking about topics they have never heard before, and talking about it in an environment that is safe, talking about it with other young people from other countries so they see different perspectives and learn how politics is about not always compromise, but like at least understanding other perspectives and understanding where people come from and how you can together move on. Then there's of course all various of like formal or less formal ways of engagement, local youth councils, or as I said earlier, like basic things in kindergarten and school where you practice participatory lifestyle, let's say, from early on. I think the question always is when we see those tools and formats, we should ask for whom is it designed? Is it designed to actually lead to a result that is for young people, or is it performative, for example? Is it inclusive, for example, when it comes to people who come from households or backgrounds that are not so close to even being asked about their opinion, or that don't have the education yet to know all of these things. And I think it is also important to ask if those tools are there for influencing policy making, or is it to, let's say, decorate? And it's nice pictures, and it it adds a little bit of a youthful touch, but it's not really making a change. And that comes down to who is designing those things. Do we have a co-designing process where participation is already from the start to the end of participation, to the results? And are these people really willing, meaning mostly adults, are they really willing to accept what may come out of it? And it could be uncomfortable, and it could be like, oh, well, they have actually a different opinion, and I will have to live with it. And it's not exactly what I wanted, but I committed to it, and I go through with it, and I cannot just turn around just because I don't like it anymore. And this is this is a challenge, and I also appreciate everyone, all the decision makers and adults who go up to this challenge, because it's not that easy, because we have practiced this for a long time. But it is necessary, but otherwise it's just not honest, because then it's all about participation without actual decision-making, with actual sharing of power.
Thank you. Picking up like this picture of nice decoration, and when I look into this room, yeah, you are nice, but let's talk also about impact. So Haley, what concrete impacts does youth participation have on political decision-making processes and also on societal change? And maybe you could also give us a little insight of how we could improve the visibility of the youth.
That's a very good question. Well, I think a very famous climate activist would be Greta Thunberg. She started from a very young age with the climate movement of Fridays for Future, which is still a thing. I remember I attended my first one in Freiburg in Germany when I was, I think I was 17. And it's a really great initiative, and it had an impact because, of course, she was invited to the United Nations and she spoke to politicians, and she still does. So with regards to me as an EU Bioeconomy Youth Ambassador, I've done two main initiatives which I would say have had more of a concrete impact. So firstly is the Bioeconomy Matters podcast, which I launched together with a fellow ambassador. And that's the world's first podcast dedicated to bioeconomy. And we've received quite a lot of support from the European Commission, meaning that it has impact because the European Commission themselves are actually listening to this podcast. So we're talking about bioeconomy and environmental issues from various sectors. And I know for a fact that people within the Commission who are working on drafting legislation are listening to it. So that gives me lots of hope. Something else that we worked on was the Bioeconomy Youth Strategy. So we went across Europe and we talked to many youth from both cities and rural areas, because youth are not just in cities, they're also in rural areas. And I feel like it's not fair to just have conferences in just cities, because, you know, youth are everywhere and your voice matters whether or not you're from an urban area or not. And we gathered the opinion because, after all, that is what our role is. And we drafted this Bioeconomy Youth Strategy, which we delivered to the European Commission. And now they're drafting a new EU Bioeconomy Youth Strategy. But the issue is because I have been active quite a while. So when I was younger, I was, for instance, in Model European Parliament. I don't know if anyone has any experience with that, and other initiatives of the sort. And usually they say, oh, now we will send your recommendations to the European Parliament. Like, okay, great, very exciting. But you never really hear much after that. So okay, I did my, Model European Parliament. I gave my opinion. I drafted with other youth some recommendation. I was very excited. I got my certificate. I got my award, and that was that. I never heard back anything if the recommendations were taken up on. Were they actually delivered to MEPs? I have no idea. So it would be really nice if because there are so many initiatives for youth to be drafting these strategies and these recommendations and so on, but they say they are going to pass them on to the Commission or pass them on to the Parliament, and it feels so far away, and you're just like, okay, sure, they probably maybe sent it as an attachment in an email and that was that. Maybe their assistant read it, you know? And it would be nice if there would be actual follow-ups. So instead of having these many initiatives, having more long-term concrete initiatives where like, okay, say you do Model European Parliament not just for once, but say for an entire year where you draft these recommendations and then you engage personally with these MEPs to be like, okay, so this MEP would be, for instance, working on an AI Act and you are drafting recommendations for an AI Act and you have, I don't know, maybe a meeting once every 6 months to see what the MEP has been up to and if they're actually taking into account these recommendations. So more follow-ups and not just a one-time thing. And I think that would be giving youth more of a voice, an active voice, and not just sending it and you're just like, oh, yeah, I think it was sent to the European Parliament, and that's that.
Thank you. You are also like touching my last question for all of you. So that was a good transition to that. So maybe we can have a short round of how can we ensure the long-term benefits of strong youth participation. And maybe because Ms. Schwarzer also like mentioned Fridays for Future and something like that, maybe you can also speak about the conversion of their or general activist aspirations into political goals.
Yeah, thank you. Well, you know, Fridays for Futures I quoted because for me it's one of the movements which was carried by young people because of their own understanding that it's essential for their future and really pushed complacent adults to seize an issue and be more ambitious. So this was a huge success and I still see it as one, and I hope we will see more of that kind of agenda setting really and pushing governments and parties to adopt issues that are essential. And it's not that they didn't know intellectually at that time. It's just that it felt like, oh, we can push it back a legislature or two, maybe it's for the, you know, the next government to handle. And no, there was enormous pressure to tell those who had been elected to make responsible decisions that they have to pick up the issue. So I think there are more topics of that kind. Climate still stays one, because progress is not as fast as it should be, and then more needs to be done. So I think this way of creating a movement, of using now, you know, social media more and more in a positive sense. You know, we see a lot of negative things happening in social media, like disinformation, like the spread of authoritarian, undemocratic thought, of conspiracy theory, and all of these things. But the only way to counter this is by having positive messages, engagement, not defending the EU as such, but really saying why it is important, what for, what needs to be achieved, and what the topics of the future are. So in order to make you know, this kind of engagement sustainable, I said earlier on what can be done on a structural level. Funding, in particular when something starts, is also important. But with Fridays for Future, we also saw the opposite. We saw a single person start something, get broad support. So both are possible, you know. And I do believe that in order to bring youth into decision-making and also the debate space in a more adamant way so your voices can be heard in a better way, I think we have to start at the education level, and you mentioned that, even early childhood, the way we deal with individuals, the way they understand their own agency. But in particular, as we speak about Europe today, I think investment in schools needs to go into making young people able to act as European citizens, meaning they need to learn languages. They need to be digitally able to use what is at their fingertips to be in a participatory mode. They need to be able to travel and network. And I think school education has a huge contribution to make. And then the EU can develop extracurricular programs, but I think if we don't start very early on in schools, we miss a huge opportunity, because at the end of the day, it is being able to be a European citizen.
Yannis, what is your take on this?
I think there's two ways to look at it. There's first, we had mentioned parts of it already, bigger shifts or changes that are needed in terms of like how decisions are done, how structures are, how the funding is, how projects are set up, For example, the EU is hopefully from the next term onwards trying out a youth test which checks all EU laws and the impact of young people. But then, of course, it's also relevant, what does happen to this impact check? Like, do we like read it and say, oh, that is problematic? Well, let's still pass it on. So, like, being aware that if you want to do something, you have to follow through. It was just also mentioned. And that leads me to the second thing, which is a learning journey, let's say. It sounds a bit sparkly, but it is very important. Society has to learn to be more participatory towards young people, or in general. And I think what we kind of tend to in also these kinds of events, we usually talk mostly, and you might have noticed, I don't really talk about so much about young people, I rather talk about adults. We mostly talk to young people, how much they should educate themselves, how much they should learn about those bad things on the internet, and that there's fake news and so on. Like, let's check with our parents and how much they know about what is happening on Instagram and what reels they share and what they put on Telegram to their families. Well, I think a lot of them would maybe also not know. So I think we are in this together, and so I think it is all of us here can be educators as well to ourselves, but also to parents, family, friends, neighbors, and so on, and reminding them sometimes like, okay, if you ask me a question, what is my opinion, and then you don't want the opinion, you don't take it into account, well then you could have saved this question for yourself. That's not really making any difference. So I hope this is something that everyone here can take forward from this event, feeling empowered to maybe sometimes challenge the world around us.
I think Milad is ready to step in, so the floor is yours.
Yes. I was thinking, or I was actually, when you raised this question, I was thinking how fun it would be and how cool and innovative if the EYP in itself would be a party that would sit in the European Parliament. And we would have all the nominees sort of from here representing us directly in Brussels or in Strasbourg. Now, the fact that this thought is utopian already leads us to the answer to your question. I mean, if I may start with the positive notes, if there wouldn't be foundations and initiatives like, for example, when I joined 7 years ago the Schwarzkopf Foundation, I wouldn't be doing the things that I am doing today. They were a safe space and I would say, a place where I could sort of test ideas, visit schools, talk with young people. Now, and obviously, the bridge that leads to the parliaments, and that obviously are the parties, the bridge is not really well built, I would say. We need the bridges from the initiatives towards the policy processes and towards the politicians in order to make sure that it's not only symbolism, what we are doing, and not only empowerment, which is necessary and important, but it's also our voice that matters. If we think of parties in Germany, we can think of these walls here behind me. They're very old, the structures are old. Professor Schwarzer, you mentioned, yes, no, Professor Schwarzer mentioned the codes and the behaviors in parties that sometimes are very weird. And if we compare that to, for example, the screens here, obviously we find the things that need to be improved. And if I may end with one sentence, then it is my encouragement to all of you to attend events like these, but to also go into the parties and talk and sit down and, well, think to yourself that what those people are saying is weird. But please think and please go there, attend those meetings, even though they can be in areas like somewhere here.
Thank you. Haley, do you have one last take on this?
Yeah, so I thought of 3 things, but I think the primary thing when it comes to long-term challenges for youth participation is that it feels like it's asking for a favor. So it's like asking for a voice. Oh, we deserve a seat at the table. So the table exists, the seats exist. It's a given that, you know, for instance, older generations would have a seat there. Why isn't it a given that we would have a seat there? It's always like, oh, may I please take this chair? Like, why is it always like, oh, I want a voice. I want a seat at the table. I want my voice to be heard. Like, why do I have to stay asking? And it's like, it feels like it's begging. Like, and it's not just with times, like, not just with regards to like voting and running for elections and stuff like that, but also, for instance, unpaid traineeships. It's like, I'm begging for a job. I'm begging for you to give me experience. Like, I'm sorry, I think we're pretty qualified. Why do I have to be begging for my experience to be noticed? You know, I think that us youth have a lot to offer, and we are pretty knowledgeable. Like, we speak, at least in Europe, we speak quite a few languages. We have bachelor's degrees, master's degrees. Why are we having to beg for a job? To be like, oh, you have to have like these 5 years of experience. Like us youth, we don't have to stay always begging, please, please, you know, give me a voice. It's like, our voice exists. I'm using my voice. I would say lots of you have a voice too. And we shouldn't be begging for people to give us a voice. So that's definitely something which is a long-term challenge, I would say. And then the two others would be obviously the finances and the lack of support and confidence in us youth. So yeah, with regards to finances, like that we're not also paid enough. And because we also have to pay our rent and put food on the table. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not very comfortable with working for free. And then there's also this lack of support in our voices. So there's this like whole stereotype that, oh, youth, they're so disinterested in politics, and they're all they do is just watch TikTok and film TikToks. Like, that's not all we do. I mean, we do, but it's not all we do. And there's also less people to look up to, because, at least for me, say yesterday. So yesterday I went on the tram, and like, I'm a bit new to this whole German system with the ticket thing and the validation. It's a bit strange, but it's okay. So basically there was this like machine, and this rebelled Ukraine ambassador who's also here with me, like for me it didn't work the first time, and for her it worked immediately. So then in my mind I was like, oh, it's possible this machine works, it's not broken. If it worked for her, it should work for me. I tried again, and oh, it worked. So when you see something and you see that it actually happens and it's possible, then you remove this mind block. So if you see more youth being active and being given a voice and being given being given a seat at the table, because we have to be given, then you're like, oh, you take off this block, and you're just like, since it's already there, then obviously I could do it too. But if it's not there already, then you know you have to fight for it and you have to ask for it. So that, I would say, is a long-term challenge.
Thank you. Maybe just one take on this. I think the EU is right now discussing a guideline about unpaid internships. So I read something like this in a newspaper a couple of weeks ago. Maybe we'll open the panel for questions from the audience. And I say questions, not inputs, mini inputs, because we have a time restriction. So maybe we can collect 2 or up to 3 questions. So I see 2 men, and maybe we also found 1 woman, and then we can go on.
Thank you for the great panel. Does it work? Yeah. Thank you for the great panel discussion. I have a question towards Haley. How has your way of becoming active in youth politics been? Has it been encouraging, or have you had to beg yourself to become into this position?
Thank you. So I think there's also one
Yeah, I just want to see, I don't agree with the sentence that we have to beg for anything. I don't feel like I have to beg for anything in Europe as regards to voting. So I would like to ask you the question, maybe to the audience, who do you feel like you have to beg for anything here? I don't like this sentence. I mean, I don't like this echo. I mean, I would like to encourage people to increase their awareness and to make some actions, direct independent actions in doing more research about choosing the candidates, because I think it's everything transparent. That's why I just wanted to give some feedback, because I didn't like this. Yeah, it's quite, it's just maybe short input right now, but I just want to ask you, do you feel like you have to beg for anything?
Maybe I can answer this question because it's being unanswered. It's, I think, a question of how you're being, in what family you're being born and in what family you're being raised, and how your parents can allow you and probably also afford you to rise and to probably spread wings. I myself, for example, I totally agree with what Haley, for example, said when she mentioned this need that we have to knock on way more doors than others. For example, a child of an academic or a child of an MEP or a child of, let's say, a director of a school that has a very easy access to, for example, offices of parliaments, and immediately the very first application gets accepted. Whereas, for example, sometimes I had to send or submit 500, 400. Friends of mine are doing a marathon of applications. Now, there is something wrong with this, and I believe that's what she mentioned, or what she tried, correct me if I'm wrong, to emphasize on, that there is no equal access to these, and sometimes some folks have to beg.
Thank you, Milad. Maybe we just take also the last question from the audience. I think you have a microphone. Yes, go on.
So I was wondering, as a 16-year-old, I believe I have an overview of how people behave at this age. And how do you feel that 16-year-olds have the seriousness to actually have an overview over all the parties and then be able to vote? Like, I can see how people behave at this age, and I can see how people can be serious and can actually be active in politics, but there's so many people who do not do that, who are not interested, who do not want to partake, and who do not even care about it at all, who just care for themselves. What about those people?
Thank you. Maybe Yannis wants to go and answer this question, and then Haley moves on with the first question. Thank you.
I understand the sentiment, but I would encourage you to just, if you still have it, maybe you don't even had it in the past, but then go and, I don't want to promote Facebook, but register on Facebook and go to comment sections and check out how old these people are who comment there and what they comment. And those people are all 50, 40, and they will be able to vote. And I'm sometimes wondering why, if I'm honest, to be very blunt. And so I think it's what we make these assumptions on is purely based on the age. Just because they're 16 or just because they're 18, what is the difference? I think it really depends on where they were brought up, what support they got, what is the family background, and so on. And I think we don't think we should make it so much relevant on the age only. So, and if we feel like we have people in our peer group that might need more guidance, well, go up to them and support them and finding the sources they need. Same for what it was said earlier on the begging. If you feel like you don't have to beg, well, then you had maybe good way and lead into participatory, taking part in the society. Great, amazing for you. Take the hand of others and take them with you if you have already found the clue how to do it.
Maybe I should answer the first question, whether or not I had to beg personally. So I don't come from a family that is politically active. So yeah, my mom works in a school and my dad works in agriculture, so they're in no way connected to any MEPs or anything. So it's definitely me that it had to come from me if I wanted to do something. So I just started becoming more involved when I was like younger. So I remember my climate activism started, well, my dad works in agriculture, so it's always within me to care about the environment. And then I co-founded the first Green Council at sixth form level in my country, in Malta. And slowly, I just started becoming more and more involved. So Model European Parliament and, EYP and stuff like this. And then I just apply. And then I became an EU Bioeconomy Youth Ambassador. I wouldn't say just by chance, but yeah, it's just by really applying, because I didn't have these stable connections that would just get me through the door. And now, even though I'm an EU Bioeconomy Youth Ambassador, it's still, when we talk to the European Commission and to the people working within the European Commission, sometimes we do feel like we are tokens, like, oh, we do have the voice of youth, don't worry. But then it's like, okay, we're trying to give our opinion, but not as concretely as we would like to. So it's still sometimes asking for a favor for our voice to be heard, because it's our voices are heard, but not so much the decisions are made based off of what we say sometimes. But slowly it's become, because our mandate is 2 years. So compared to, for instance, doing something for 1 weekend versus working together with them for 2 years, we have more follow-up meetings with them. And that is what made the difference, that we don't beg as much anymore, so to say, because we have these meetings and we hold them accountable. So, for instance, we wanted... there was a Bioeconomy Youth Week, Bioeconomy Week in March, and one of our main points was that youth don't only live in Brussels, and usually all these conferences are in Brussels for the European Union, and we wanted to ensure that we reach all youth. So we advocated more for scholarships for youth to come to Brussels, because we don't afford to just, at least for coming from Malta, to just go to Brussels, and also to have these events in different places in Europe, so they're more accessible. So these are slowly ways in which we don't really beg anymore, because they have long-term mandates.
So thank you. As we conclude our discussion, I just want to say thank you, and I'm very grateful for the valuable insights shared by our esteemed panelists. And I can just say, let's carry this dialogue forward, fostering environments that empower our youth and also our collective future. Thank you.
And thank you for moderating this so amazingly. Lizga, thank you.
Oh, there we go. All righty. Once more, thank you very much for our panelists, and a special thank you to our moderator, as well as to you, the audience, for coming up with engaging questions and for your attention. We've been hearing from a lot of very cool people so far, some supporters, some very interesting individuals from civil society and academia, but we're now coming to the real MVPs of this whole event.
If I had their routine for 1 day of my life, I think I'd look much more prematurely aged than I do right now, because of all the long nights and hard work that they've been putting in. So it's our pleasure to introduce the project managers of the EYE, the I, and the executive director of the European Youth Parliament. Please welcome Alonso, Johan, Lira, and Anya.
Woo!
Hello, everyone, and thank you, everyone, for being here. We're Lira, Alonso, Johan, and Anya, and three of us are the project managers of iBerlin, and we're extremely, extremely excited to welcome all of you today here in Colosseum for this exciting event. We want to say big thank you to all our partners for continuous support, and we want to say thank you to our fantastic team for continuous work and for shaping this event together with us. We want to wish all the participants and program shapers and everyone present here an amazing experience, and we hope it will be truly eye-opening.
Yes, thank you very much, Lira. My name is Johan. I'm the second of 3 project managers. From my side, just a few organizational remarks and a few reminders. So, for this day and the next day, we all need to work together to make sure that iBerlin is a safe, encouraging, and welcoming environment for all of us. So just please make sure to always follow the code of conduct for this event, and let's work together to make this an inspiring and empowering event for all of us together. We also have a team of event safe persons present at the venue. You can recognize them because they're wearing red t-shirts. So if you ever do need to talk to someone, if you ever do, there's one right over there waving. So if you ever do need to speak to someone, then they will be at your disposal for any concerns, questions that you may have. That said, the same goes also for the entire team of volunteers. You can recognize them, of course, due to their green t-shirts. We have one right there in the middle to demonstrate. So they will always be there and happy to answer any questions, concerns. If you need to find the next room for your next workshop, they're always there to help. So please always do approach us, and we hope you really enjoy this event.
And then, as we know, we are here to celebrate, experience, and live Europe. So we also want to thank the wonderful group of members of the European Parliament, ambassadors, diplomats, guest speakers, and everybody else that are here, making sure that what has been discussed here, that young people and decision makers are at the same level of conversation, happens. We really want to thank them for making it possible. And as always, we encourage you to experience Europe. Remember to sign up to the Together.eu platform to actively participate and engage. And as always, the message that you're going to hear during the entire event is make sure you vote. If you have to register, register. You can sign up for reminders. 6th to 9th of June, everybody in Europe is going to vote.
Thank you. And once again, dear Stefan, Professor Schwarzer, Andre, Esra, everyone, thanks so much for being here today. Today in the morning, I couldn't believe that we will fill up all the rooms, all the stairs. We were all, until the last moment, nervous if everyone shows up and is here. So that's how I should be speaking. And we are here really to celebrate Europe. It also will be my first election to vote. I'm not 16, but I became a German citizen or EU citizen only last year. So I'm very excited also to get myself informed. And of course, it's also us here representing Europe now. We have Spain, Armenia, Georgia, or Germany, and Ukraine and Germany here. And that's also, Europe goes beyond the EU, as you see here on the stage. So I hope you feel welcome here in our European community and enjoy this event and take the most of it, and just also mingle, talk to each other. That's what this is all for. And welcome to EUAP.
I think we just get over.
All right. Thank you very much to our project managers and to the Executive Director of the European Youth Parliament. With that, we are coming to an end with our opening ceremony, and we also just wanted to take a moment from us hosts to also just a quick reminder as to what we want to take out of this event. Now, a reminder that we have 1,500 plus young Europeans in this building today and tomorrow. So now is the chance to really get to know other people, make new friends, go up to random people, talk about your day, talk about, I don't know, the sparkling water or the workshop you just attended or literally anything. We set the vibe for the eye, and it all starts from you and your friends and everyone around you. So take this moment and really don't be shy. Take as much out of this weekend as you possibly can. Who knows? Maybe you'll make your new future best friend from Finland who likes board games.
Or you'll make an even better friend from Portugal who likes board games even more. Yeah? Yeah? Okay, we're looking forward to all the friends I'll make and the some Alex will make. But let's really take the chance. How many opportunities do you have on your day-to-day to actually meet people from such diverse backgrounds, from such diverse origins? Take the time, 1,500 people. And sadly, we are coming to a close of our opening ceremony. I know. Don't cry. I see some tears. It's fine. It's okay. We would like to just give a quick thanks to our speakers, to you, our audience, both those who are physically present here and those of you online, to our organizers, to our partners, and to ourselves, of course. Thank you.
And with that note, let's kick off the European Youth Event
Berlin 2024. Woo! For our very last item on today's ceremony, I would like to once again welcome two of our biggest stars for the ceremony, Rafael and Anna, back on stage, and they will be performing what is a big tradition in UIP. They will be performing the Ode to Joy, also known as the European Anthem, and we would like you to ask to rise for the European Anthem when it begins being played. And so Anna and Rafael, please come up on stage. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Hi everyone, really quick announcement, the press conference is about to start in 5 or 7 minutes, just for everyone from the press or who is interested in press relations. The press conference will start in 5 minutes over there in the corner. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. The panel discussion is going to start in 1 minute, and so you might as well get seated. You're also welcome to come closer so you can hear and see us better, and maybe ask a question afterwards. So yeah, thanks a lot. See you in a minute. Welcome, everybody, to this panel. Thank you for being here. My name is Nabila Abdelaziz. I'm a journalist, and I'm going to be the host of this panel, and I'll ask a few questions directed at our wonderful panel. So the panel is going to be about the movers of tomorrow, which are hopefully going to be young Europeans, and we will ask questions how they're politically engaged, why they're politically engaged, and very significantly, what we can do to get more of them to get involved. And before we start with our wonderful panel, which is composed of people within European parliamentary politics and from without, we'll listen to Simon Morris Lange, who's going to talk about a study he conducted where 10,000 young Europeans were asked about their forms and the whys and hows of their political engagement. So, Simon, you got the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Nice energy in the room, by the way. But let's first see who's here right now at this panel. And I'd like you to get out your devices and go to menti.com and enter the code. We do a little mini survey here. The code is 5564 5815. 5564 5815. And then just answer this first question. Have you ever joined a protest march, a demonstration in your life, ever? Okay, I see some answers coming in, a lot of yeses. I have a sense this will be a special group here. As you'll see in a minute, this is maybe not the reality outside of this building, but okay, so this feels like 75–80% yes so far. Okay, thanks for sharing. I have another question for you. In one word, what was the protest about? Maybe 2 words. In German it's easy to do 1 word, but it can also be 2 words. Just make it short. Ukraine, climate action, democracy, equality, anti-right wing. Yeah, whoa. Okay, feels like a lot of progressive topics. I like it. Booing out Orban, nice. Okay. I mean, when it comes to civic engagement, political participation, there's more than just protesting and voting, as you know. There's, citizens' initiatives. You could help somebody run a campaign. You could be active online, on TikTok, Instagram, and the like. So it's hard to quantify, but let's try. In an average week, okay, how many hours do you devote to a certain social or environmental issue? I mean, if it's your job, it's probably a lot. If you do it volunteering, maybe less. Okay, yeah, this is this is not your average group here, I can tell. Okay, we have a very civically active group. And I'm going to close with one question, one last question. And you can be honest, I mean, this is anonymous. Have you ever thought about not voting in the European parliamentary election? Okay. We're not going to get into why, or maybe after over a mate or a Coke. But yeah, thank you for sharing that information. I'm going to jump right here. Opa. Turn this on. Okay. So, as I said, this is I mean, you're probably well aware this is not your average group of young adults here. So let's you know, burst our bubble a bit and see what's happening outside of these walls. And that's also something that we at the foundation were wondering. Are young adults, are young people really the movers of tomorrow? What kind of future society do they want to see, and to what extent do they already help shape that society, or to what extent are they ready to shape that society potentially? And to do that, we conducted a survey in 5 countries, 4 European member states, Germany, Poland, Greece, and Italy, and as a comparative case, the United Kingdom. We collected 2.6 million answers from 10,000 young adults. And the questions we asked, they didn't just fall from the sky or out of academic journals. We actually talked to young people first in these countries, in the local language, and then out of their answers developed a questionnaire which we then presented to 10,000 young adults in these 5 countries. Young adults meaning 18 to 39, so roughly millennials and the adults among the Gen Z. And they're actually, when it comes to civic engagement, the future they want to see, not that different, actually. It's a representative sample, so we have, genders equally distributed, we have, along education, where people live, and also political orientation. This is not how people voted, this is how people position themselves on a left-right scale. Most people say, oh, I'm in the center. But as you see, you have people on the left and on the right. So when I talk about activism, civic engagement now, keep in mind this is activism for all sorts of political objectives. So, first, what kind of future do young Europeans want, and what kind of future do they expect? It's not necessarily the same. And I could go into country specifics, we don't have the time, but we also don't need to, because there's a lot of similarities across Europe, which, for the purpose of this event, probably comforting news. So the kind of society young Europeans in these 5 countries want to live in is, first and foremost, they want to feel safe and secure. I mean, we have a war going on, that's one part, but also socially. They want things to still be affordable. They want a solid social safety net, solid healthcare system. So that basic livability, let's say, that's the #1 priority for 71%. For just over half, a climate-friendly society, a society that takes social justice seriously, that's the #1 priority. For 52%, these progressive topics. For 47%, it's strong democratic institutions, fair and free elections, independent judiciary, citizen participation. 47% say that's key for me in the kind of society I want to live. And when it comes to amassing personal wealth, traditional values, there's also a good fraction that for them it's #1, but it's smaller, 35%. So how do young Europeans feel about the future? You see here in the green bar on the left, personal future, 62% are, despite all the crises, cautiously optimistic about their own future. When it comes to the future of their country, there are some country differences. Italians were very pessimistic, Germans slightly more optimistic, believe it or not. Future of Europe, interestingly, so there's more hope in the future of Europe than in the future of your own country. And that's across, well, not the UK, that's a bit of a special case, of course, but across the 4 member states. So despite this personal optimism, 8 out of 10 at least question whether their generation should have children. And yes, you have 18, 19-year-olds in the sample who may not think about this right now, but you also have 37, 38-year-olds who said this. So this was quite high, we thought, and we were wondering why. And the 10-year outlook may be an indication. So we asked them, in 10 years, what do you think your country will be like? And we received, I think, 250,000 answers to this, individual answers to this question. And if you boil it down to 3 statements, young adults do believe we'll take more climate action. Whether it's enough is on another page, but they do believe we'll do more. But society will be more unfair, more unequal, will be more diverse, but will be more divided, will be more militarized, but will be less safe. So in a way, less safe, more divided, more unequal, more or less the opposite they expect of what they would like to see. So then we ask, okay, who then will lead to this desirable future where you feel safe, where you have a fair shot at a good life, where it's a climate-friendly society. And in the focus groups, when we faced them, you saw a lot of questions in their eyes. And you saw also that in the survey. There's no clear answer. About 45% say, yeah, government. I mean, they're supposed to do it. Some people believe in science. Very few actually in tech companies. Also private sector in general. NGOs also don't have the best name. And about a third say, I myself can make a difference. About 1/3. So let's take a look. What tools do young adults know to push for change? What tools do they already use? First of all, more than half, 60% roughly, say in these times of crisis, you should take to the streets. You should go, you should protest. So then we ask, okay, have you ever been on a protest march, ever, in your life? You see here these donut charts at the top. You see here we have the country data, but the 5-country average is 28%. So 60% say, yeah, you should go and protest. 28% have already done it. When it comes to sit-ins, different forms of non-violent civil disobedience, about 20%. So there's a bit of a gap between what people think should happen and what they've already been doing when it comes to taking collective action. What they have been doing oftentimes is voting. 80% have already voted in some election, be it local, national, European, and almost, except for 10%, are also willing to vote. So the share of non-voters is quite low amongst young adults in these 5 countries. But taking individual action, other individual action, boycotting products because they have a bad environmental footprint, quite common. So things that are close to everyday life, pretty low threshold, that's pretty common. Also pretty common signing online petitions. So these individual actions are already quite common. So it's not like young adults are not active. It's just the collective action and this sort of long-term involvement, like joining a citizens initiative, joining a political party, it was mentioned on the previous panel. That's something that doesn't seem aligned with the interests of most young people. But there's also room for growth. So here you see in the solid green, the solid green is what the share that people who have already been at a protest, civil disobedience, citizens initiative, and then in the light green, the people who would like to do it. And if you add that up, on average, you end up with about 50% of the young adult population who is already experienced or willing to participate in a social movement, in not necessarily political parties. Citizens initiatives are quite potentially quite popular. So there's some room for growth. And let me end with why people don't do it and why they do it. The barriers, common barriers are, I have no time, or I don't know where to start. I have no clue. Here in my town, I don't know who to talk to. Also, we asked about certain risks of civic action. And 62%, we thought it was quite high, agree that taking civic action for, let's say, LGBT rights, also climate action, can come with certain risks, be it hate speech online, be it even physical attacks, be it financial risks. And that's also why some people don't do it, but also some people say, I'm not deterred by these risks. But yeah, there's a certain perception of risks. So, and why do people get politically, civically engaged? There's many reasons, but the top three we found were a deep care, deep concern about a certain issue. You see here, those who are concerned about climate change, 68% are already civically active. Also, interestingly, top right-hand corner, discrimination and racism. This wasn't top of mind for most Europeans, especially those who don't face it in a day-to-day situation. But those who are concerned, they're oftentimes already active. So the top issue matters. And that's also why political parties probably have a hard time, because it's so many issues and you probably don't necessarily align with what young adults would like to see. And then two more. One thing that's oftentimes underestimated, we feel, is this professional development aspect. I don't mean necessarily improving your CV. We also asked about that. But I mean, these are young people. They say, okay, I'm happy to devote my time, but I'm also excited to learn how to run a campaign as I'm helping. I want to learn something, and that's oftentimes by civil society not so much put to the forefront when trying to recruit potential volunteers. And of course, you all know this, and that's also probably why you're here. The social contacts matter. They kind of those who draw you in. Not only people you already know, but also NGO staff, already active people that you're in touch with. They can really pull you in. I mean, this is really a tour de force through the study. We also talked to social movement leaders. How can you get more young adults engaged? That's a separate study we published. Pretty light bedtime reading, 20 pages. Feel free to check it out. And yeah, let's get ready for the panel.
Thank you so much, Simon. Very interesting insights, and feel free to jump into the discussion anytime to provide us with facts and figures. And yeah, I would like to welcome the panel discussion members onto the stage, please. Right, thank you so much for being here from different European countries. I think, no, none of you came from Berlin, right? You all had to travel here. So thanks so much for this. And I'll just start with a brief introduction, but then you'll talk about your work more when I ask you questions. But just so you know who's sitting here. So there's Victoria Jedroszkowiak. Did I get it right? Yes. Great. Okay. Who's a political and environmental activist from Poland, amongst other things connected to Fridays for Future, but also to Polish local organizations. And she knows a lot about engagement outside of parliamentary politics. So we'll learn from you concerning that topic, hopefully. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much. Hello. I just want to say hi and thank you for being here.
There's Paul Villaverde. Did I get this right too? Kind of, right?
Yes, you're on the top percentage of people getting it right.
Who created a very interesting voting advice application called Palumba, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Palumba stands for Columba palumbus, a pigeon.
All right.
In essence, the species of pigeon.
Mm-hmm. And I think the goal of this application is to get more young Europeans to vote in the EU elections coming up in June. And you'll tell us more about it in a bit. And you probably know a lot about the role of digital media in encouraging more political engagement. Yeah.
Passionate about it.
Yeah, exactly. And then we also have two people who can tell us more about the insides of European parliamentary politics. So there's Martine Kemp from Luxembourg, who's an MEP for the European People's Party. Not for long, since October, you said, right? And in Luxembourg, you're a member of the Christian Social People Party. Great. Thank you so much for being here, too. And another person from another party, Damian Böselager, who's a founding member of Volt Europe, right? And an MEP for the Greens, the European Free Alliance. So let's start with the first question. So the most central question of this panel is how do we get more people, more young people to get involved socially, politically? And maybe you can all tell us what made you become a social entrepreneur, an activist, or what made you join parliamentary politics? And maybe we'll start with you.
Okay, it's a hard job to start. So what made me join? Well, I'm 22 years old now, almost 23, and I've started in 2015 when the biggest topic in Poland was the upcoming elections and the parliamentary elections at the time. And these elections started 8 years of the government that was very much far right. I mean, on the scale, like in Europe, it was very much far right. In Poland, we just say that it was a conservative government because then there's a far right, I'd say. And they, like, basically how they got into power was launching this huge hate campaign connected to migration and connected to obviously the war in Syria. And that was something that many of my friends also felt like, okay, even though we're very young, we need to do something about it, at least also with, you know, not many, but still refugees from Syria coming to Poland. And that was the first thing. And then, you know, like there were so many reasons to protest and to be engaged in Poland since 2016 and also like until last year, that we just were doing many different topics in the meantime. And in 2018, Greta Thunberg started protesting. Fridays for Future happened. The climate summit was in Poland, in Katowice. And that was the first climate summit with such a huge presence of the youth. And I joined Fridays for Future, and we were starting our own branch of Fridays for Future in Poland. And yeah, I just stayed in the movement because I feel like whenever we feel like there is another, you know, goal that we are achieving, there are many topics that we need to be engaged again with. So yeah.
And how old were you when you started?
I was 14, but it wasn't like now I'm doing it full time and it's, you know, like very much engagement. It was something like a volunteering thing. So since I was 14, so I feel like my whole conscious life in a way, like a bit more adult life.
Yeah, do you want to continue?
Yes, I think because we have a lot of things in common and parallelly, apparently. Because I also started when I was more or less 14, and now it's also my full-time thing, apparently. In my case, I'm from Barcelona, and so being Catalan already was a bit socially politicized in a way. And I would say that I'm a freak, and I've always been a freak of mostly two things. One is politics in itself, and EU bubble-ish stuff, so following politics really, in the case of Catalonia, Spain, but also in Europe, because I saw it as a tool to improve people's lives, and I had always like this genuine interest to learn about how the world worked, so did those MUNing things, Model United Nations, the usual stuff. But then the usual stuff for people very much inside the bubble, which I hope we can discuss a bit more whether that's problematic sometimes, and it's interesting to burst it and to really reach outside it. And then I've always been a freak as well of mobile app development. I learned it when I was 14 in school casually, and I fall in love with programming and being able to see on my phone something that I was doing. And this brought me to develop a first app, which was a tic-tac-toe game, very easy to share with friends. And then this led me to do another one, and then another one, and ended up publishing 12 in the App Store and Google Play, which now have more than 1 million users, which sounds amazing and like a lot. But along the way of also joining university, I studied philosophy, politics, and economics, several universities in Spain. I learned that my true passion lied in trying to find the intersection between both. So using something in the digital sphere and media communications and digital strategies to have a positive impact. And so now, that's more or less what we are doing with Palumba and the Pigeon and so on. We are developing a mobile app to increase youth turnout in the European elections, and also use it as a tool for young people to be informed and learn about European politics. So some say it's like the Tinder of European politics. You swipe right to a political proposal if you agree, you swipe left if you disagree, and you're matched with European political groups, but also with national lists that allow you to understand your own political opinion, so you have an actionable thing to do, which is voting.
Thank you. And the two of you, what made you join politics and then also European politics?
So for me, it also, with the politics, it also started more or less with 14, as I was member
Magic age.
Yeah, magical age. Because there in Luxembourg we have a youth parliament, which is non-party political, but it's like political because you're discussing with young people political issues, but you are not member of a party. And I really liked it to just debate with the people, find common paths and so on. But in fact, being engaged is for me also a lot being engaged in the Scouts, being engaged with inclusion while doing sports. For example, I'm an active basketball player, or right now less active, but still I have a place in the team of Special Olympics, where our common goal is to have the inclusion on a basketball field that everybody, nonetheless, which handicap you have, we can play all together. And that was always a field that scouting nature, but also that social active part that made me being active also in politics, because there you can influence what you are doing in those topics, in those fields. You can influence it by politics. And then joining European politics was for me something more emotional. As a European Union, the first thing I remember of the European project was the music project, where we played from 8 different countries together in orchestra. And at that time, my English was really bad, because in Luxembourg, it's like your 4th language that you learn. So the only way that I could communicate with the others were through the music that we were playing together. And so that was my first memory and my first experience with European Union, and that made me just like interested in, okay, develop more and discover more what European Union is. And so that made me in the path to European politics, to get more informed by that and to get more engaged in European politics.
Thank you. Last but not least.
Yeah, so first of all, hello, nice to meet you. I'm Damien, as you might have heard. So who of you has been in a political party before or thought about joining a political party? Yeah, okay. So you are definitely biased, but so for me, I never thought about it. And so I feel a bit like a freak versus you, because I never even thought about doing anything in politics, and I actually really did not want to do that. I did study philosophy and economics because it was fun, and then I worked in the private sector, and it was also great fun, and I was on a good path to make a career, and I should have stayed there. No, I'm joking. But it was definitely nice. But then, and I don't have, I mean, I still don't, now maybe, but I didn't have an emotional connection to the EU. The EU is something I read in the news about, and I mean, there was no, love that I feel or felt back then. But then something happened, and you all know this. The Brexit referendum happened, and I found that extremely scary. And then I was in New York, I was studying in New York when Hillary Clinton got elected. And I found, when she didn't get elected, when Trump got elected, and I was in Hillary Clinton's campaign center, and when she didn't get elected. And that was extremely scary, because there were like 30,000 people there, and they all started crying, and it was a bit, not nice. And then I thought, oh, that's really not cool if an absolute difficult person can become the most powerful man in the world as an American president. And then I was there with 2 friends, and we looked back, Italian and French, and we looked back at Europe, and we saw that there were all these right-wing populist parties starting, all on the topic of migration, by the way. So, AfD, Cinque Stelle, Lega Norte, also in France, Marine Le Pen was running. So it was really not nice. And then I started thinking about, okay, what does it actually mean if this whole EU thing falls apart? It's not cool, and I also don't like what they stand for, their values and so on. And then we thought about what can we do about it. And this Italian guy came up with founding a party, and I said, be my guest, I'm definitely not doing that. And then somehow he paid for lunch so that I think with him about it, and then I was somehow hooked because it was free food. And then somehow, yeah, we started building this European movement called Volt, and then I got elected 2 years later into the European Parliament. So this was all not planned. And I think you said something about bubble or not bubble. I would be happy if we could just stay in the bubble and everybody just does their thing, but this luxury is gone. Because far-right populism is not only like a fringe thing, or it's not even like a little bit scary like 7 years ago when we started. It's everywhere. Yeah, I mean, the Netherlands, you know, got the biggest guy like who won is Geert Wilders. He has exactly one person in his party, his own self, and still he got the most votes. I mean, you all know the Sweden Democrats, AfD, True Finns. You can go wherever you want. Marine Le Pen will probably win in France. So I think what I'm trying to say is this is nice here, but we need to also break out of it if we want to change history.
Thank you so much. Simon, do you want to answer that question as well?
Well, I mean, my activism, so to speak, is more this role of the observer, collecting data and then sharing that with civil society actors who can, and elected officials who can then, you know, have more targeted actions. So, yeah, and that's not something when you get out of high school you think about doing. It just happens over time. Yeah.
Okay, but your numbers are very useful for us because what we just saw is that only a very small number of young people actually joins parties or organizes political events. Many more boycott products or sign petitions online, so things that don't mean for you to, you don't have to get out of the house or be in contact with anyone else. Some people go and protest, very few, but it's still more than people joining political parties. And so I just want to ask you all about this topic, parliamentary politics versus activism, and why you made the decision to either go into politics or into activism. And we'll start again with you from activism. Why did you make that decision? Do you think it would be enough for a better future if everybody just joined political parties, or do you think it's very important to have this opposition in the form of activist movements?
Yeah, I guess there are a few answers to this question. I think with activism, it's not like you choose that. I mean, obviously you can choose to go to one meeting or to go to the protest, but if you stay there for years, it's more like this job is also choosing you to do that, if that makes sense. I think that many people who stayed for a while in activism and maybe now left, but also where they're very much active, very much engaged, they are the people who found themselves adequate for the role. And the thing is that from the outside, it looks like there are, 3 or 4 roles and you have to, be very open and, be very talkative to be an activist. And I think that Fridays for Future changed that with so many introverts joining the movement. And that's the thing that really stayed with me when my friend once said that our movement, the climate movement, is very much the introvert movement. I'm not introvert myself, I guess, but when I look at my friends, I very often see them, kind of being put in a position when at such a young age you just need to speak up because it's so bad. I think that's very similar to what you've said about the far right being so active and also so strong. And I think that's something we need to admit. They are in this strong, powerful position. And the leftist movements might not be as strong now, and that's our job to change that. That's our job to also use different strategies, different theories of change to change that. I think that in Poland it's not common to join political parties because of the previous system we've had. Like if you think about the party as a word, even it is very obvious for Polish people that it is connected somehow to the the so-called communist regime until '89, and I think that was also the reason why not many people are very much positive about joining it. Obviously, the corruption within many different parties is the whole another story. But I think that I really understood why we need such a strong, non-partisan sector, such a strong non-partisan movement outside of party politics in Poland. When I was talking to my Hungarian friends before our elections last year, we've had elections in Poland, parliamentary elections that were won by the opposition. The opposition was able to form the government, and that was a huge surprise to many people around the world, and I feel like a big relief to us. And what my Hungarian friends told me after they've lost against Orban once again 2 years ago, right? They said that the huge strategic issue they've had was that they decided to put kind of all of their energy towards the opposition. So no one was challenging opposition. Everyone's in favor. Everyone was in favor of them. Everyone was trying to just shame Orban and his party, and that was something that made the majority of us, so a majority of our society, still very much indifferent to the elections. In Poland, what was kind of like the thing that won was the huge and unexpected turnout of young voters and of women. In March last year, so exactly a year ago, there was a study that said that 52% of young women between 18 and 35 years old are likely not to vote in the upcoming elections, even though we've had huge women's strikes in 2020. We've had, and we still have, an outrageous abortion, almost full abortion ban. Only Poland and Malta are countries in the EU that have almost full abortion ban. And we've had huge climate strikes, huge for our country again, and that was something that really was the topic, for example, of presidential elections in 2020. And all of these things, they didn't move politics as much as people wanted to, so they felt very much indifferent about that. So our strategy was to still be able to shame opposition, to ask them for more, to confront them. We were doing it very often. We were going to Donald Tusk, so our current prime minister and the leader of the opposition back then. We were asking him very hard questions on women's rights, on fossil fuel companies, on the climate law, and blah, 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 many different topics, to also attract many different audiences. And then we've had a record turnout of 75% of young women voting. And before, we saw only 48 wondering if they're going to vote. It was huge. And I think that showed me that we really need to stay outside of the politics to always show an example and kind of a way through towards the better Poland, or whatever, however we call that, for those who just won't believe in party politics. And we shouldn't, shame them and be angry that they're like that. They're going to be like that. And always the majority of us will be like that. At least I think that's something that I see very much in the Eastern Europe.
Thank you so much. Martin and Damien, activism and parliamentary politics sometimes seems at odds with each other. And I feel like maybe a lot of young people start with very low barrier activism to get politically engaged, and they feel like, oh, wow, political parties, they're in opposition to us, they're not supportive of us. That's of course not always the case, but how do you think that relationship can and should look like?
Okay, so I want to be a bit provocative in this, because otherwise it's also going to be boring, so let's try. So first of all, I think activism has shaped politics massively, especially Fridays for Future. So when I joined the European Parliament in 2019, all the big political factions were fighting who would trigger the climate emergency first. Yeah, so the Renew group were like, no, we say it first. It's our idea. It's the climate emergency. And the Greens were, no, we're the Greens. It's our idea. And everybody was trying very hard to find new words: climate urgency, climate emergency. The reason for that, and also the reason that the Green Deal exists, is, in my view, Fridays for Future. It would have come, but not as fast, I think, and not as intense also in its regulation. So, congrats for achieving that. But after having joined a party or built it, I'm still wondering why none of my friends and myself were never considering joining a party. And since the 1980s, party membership in Europe has halved. So currently all the big parties are reducing in size, mostly because their average age is quite high, 65, for example, for the German conservatives. And they're reducing in size because their members fall out of party membership into the grave, not because they're leaving. And I think that's a problem because we have a huge gap between society and parties. As you said, in Germany, a party sounds like something very boring, slightly dirty, and really uncool. It doesn't sound sexy at all. And I think that's a huge issue because the people who are in parties are the people who get on lists. And these are the people that we vote for to represent us and solve our common issues. And we would rather go to a foundation, we would go to a climate activist movement, we would go to an NGO to solve issues. But the actual mechanism that we have built to solve issues is our democracy. So to give you a dumb image for that, if you live in a flat share and you meet every Tuesday evening to discuss who takes out the hairs out of the shower, that's, a governance system you have created. If you live in a house with 100 people, it gets a bit more difficult and you might just send one person per flat to actually go there. So if you live in a continent with 450 million people, it's a bit difficult to all meet. And so for our common issues, we have created this representative democracy kind of thing where we go to parties or vote for parties and they are supposed to solve our issues. So if we give that up, it doesn't matter how loud the activists outside are, because someone inside needs to listen and fight for the fact that they put the climate emergency, the climate whatever, on the table. And so I would really ask you to reconsider, of all that I might say today, think about the one fact of whether it's not time for you to join a party. You don't have to be super active. It can be any democratic party, not a populist far-right party, but the likelihood here is very low. But I would really ask you to consider if that's not something you could also do. You can also be an activist, but bring your 10 best friends and go into a party, and I can tell you can really change a lot also on the local level.
Thank you, Martin.
Just while listening to both of you, I just was like in my head, in Luxembourg it's so different. It's so different. A barrier between activism and political parties, it's just like flowing. You have nearly the same people going to the streets than also people being active in political parties. Just the difference is that in activism, when they're going to the streets, it's for concrete reason, and while joining a party, they have to do some compromises. Because when you're joining a party, that's also something I had to learn when I was joining the party, that they are not in line with me on every topic I agree on. So sometimes they are different. Sometimes I am the one who is saying, but for me it's not in that way that it should be considered. But it is the party where I can be approved the most. Like I also was reflecting, okay, what by joining the Greens or the Socialist Party or Renew and so on. But just finding that party where you can agree most is so difficult, because it's also not something you want to decide today that you want to join the Socialist Party, and then just like 5-6 years later you say, oh, maybe that was the wrong decision, I will change the party. Because as politician you also want to be seen with a concrete line, with that you are straight and that you are not just like maybe opportunistic and just like changing the sides where you want to see your best chances, but really just stay straight. And so for me it's also something difficult for young people to choose the one party you want to be active. And then also in Luxembourg we have for the elections, on one side we don't have to sign in for elections because everybody in Luxembourg have to vote. It's not a choice. And also you can choose between the people. You don't have to make a choice for one party, but you can choose the people you want to see in the parliament. So you can choose one person from the Greens you want to see, you can choose some person of the Socialists, you can choose whatever you want. And that, I think, makes it even more difficult to choose one single party you want to join.
Paul, you're in a very interesting position because your app kind of creates a connection between these two spheres. And I think what you said about joining a party and how a lot of young people don't feel like it's something they want to do, there's the issue of trust, but there's also the issue of accessibility and knowledge, information, I guess. So why is an app like yours important?
Absolutely. So I think it's very inspiring, all of what you were saying, because we can really see the interconnections about the different levels. One thing I would like to start with is considering the fact, like maybe drawing inspiration from Hannah Arendt and her vision about what's the political, actually. Like the political is that thing that lies between every one of us, that splits us, and that we have in between. Therefore, as Damien was saying, I think politics is not only about what happens in parliament, politics is about what happens everywhere else in your life. We're doing politics now, but every decision has a political aspect to it. So I would contest that there's this line between parliamentary politics, and that's real politics, and then everything else, while actually by doing everything else is that it's how we could and we should influence the politics that we see in Parliament and in TV. And here I think we can speak about different gaps. I would mention like there's a triple gap between most of society, people who are outside the bubble. So the bubble for me would be us here, probably. We are already following politics, probably we are already interested, probably we are not a representative sample of the previous poll. And then outside the bubble is everyone else, and it's most of our friends actually. And so there's a gap in three senses. One is an epistemic gap, I would say. So a knowledge, an information gap of the information that we are exposed to out of following certain Instagram accounts, out of following certain social media accounts, that we're more and more exposed to some pieces of news that drive us into politics. So that knowledge gap we are trying to combat by bringing a huge degree of complexity of information into a simple app that you have on your phone. And therefore, we do the scanning for you in a way, and then users can easily compare the programs and manifestos of different political parties, but also this has been reviewed by scientific councils, so researchers who are really knowledgeable about the field of politics. That's one thing. But then I would highlight a second gap, which is the social capital gap, in a way. So it's again about even networks and contacts and being in the adequate circles where opportunities come to you, which would be a third gap, right? The gap of opportunities, because if you don't get to attend, for example, an debate like this one, the likelihood of you end up joining a party is way lower because you don't get to listen to politicians with whom you can actually emphasize in such a close manner, and maybe you stay back and then talk to them at the end of this. Or you don't have the same networks of friends, and this is natural because here a lot of great acquaintances will be created, and then these people will stay in touch through time and may even meet again in an Erasmus project, meet again in a different event or summit, in the European Forum Albach, in wherever. There are many settings such as this one. And I think this has a quite large of an impact. So what we're trying to do as well is bring these elements of informal politicization and social politicization by this social capital gap into also the app and the tool, so that in the mid to long run, why not, we could show inside one app linking people to opportunities in their environment that make sense for them. And that are in alignment with their values and vision. So let's say you're matching with more climate ambition, we can tell you that this and that initiatives may be of your interest. Go to their Instagram profiles and see if you want to engage in there. So I think there's a lot of elements, but lastly, something I think we don't have to forget is like the material side to it. So of course, socioeconomic barriers are there, and there's this large correlation that you may have found as well, right, between the opportunities and the kind of environments where you are, where social capital is more concentrated, and the sort of even neighborhoods and places where this social capital is not so much concentrated. So this uneven distribution of opportunities is something that I think also matters in the sense of being civically engaged.
Yeah, so it's not just a matter of choice.
Exactly.
Simon, are there any interesting differences between different European countries that you found in your study?
Yeah, by the way, the socioeconomic status, it depends. Like certain types of civic engagement, yes, but then there's other types too where it's like, I have no choice. Like when it gets really precarious, then people also get very active because they have no choice. And you saw that quite a bit in Greece. So in Greece, people were more likely to turn to more, let's say, alternative forms of political expression. So Greece was here and there the outlier where people were, quote unquote, louder in their civic engagement. Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay, I'll pose a question to the two of you about Brussels, because it has that reputation, but I think to many young people it might seem like it's just a club for political nerds, for people who have access to a lot of information, who understand what's going on there. Would you say that's true, or are these prejudices and it's actually much easier and much more realistic for young people to get involved in European politics?
I take it as a compliment to be named as a political nerd, because in fact I'm a traffic engineer, so I'm really not feeling like a political nerd. What I can totally understand is that the people sometimes feel that what's happening in Brussels and in Strasbourg is so far away from them, because it's so abstract what's in our media. It's so abstract what's happening in the world, and when I look into the Luxembourgish environment, it's always when something bad is happening, it's coming from Brussels. So already the mindset is that when something bad is happening, it's due to Brussels. What I personally try to get over with social media, because I think social media is a really good tool to use to just try to get closer to the people. But there again, we have the bubble problem. Because how to just make your bubble one side bigger, but also come out of that bubble and just bring the information to the people. Because, of course, when people are following or liking stuff on my site, they are also sending a political message that they are supporting the political party behind it. And there you see that the people are fearing of positioning also there. So it's a really tough situation. Bringing it on one side closer to the people, what's happening in Brussels, and on the other side, the need to bring it closer, because otherwise the people will not be informed, the people don't know what's really happening, and they have to trust on all the other news they get maybe on TikTok, because like we know, AfD and so on, they are really pushy on those social media tools. And that's something really, really dangerous, where I also see that activism profiles, they have also less reach, is it reach, on social media than right-wing parties.
Yeah, I have again a bit of a different view. Maybe it helps to think about power. I think we have to grow up a bit in the sense of what elections actually do and why currently there's no news about the EU that are easy to understand. So elections distribute power. And that's why I think it's so important that we also think about these European elections now, not just as something, you know, how can we be more active and so on, but like also understand that being in a political party or being a successful movement like Fridays for the Future means applying power to a certain extent. So the reason why currently people don't know much about Brussels is because national parties don't want to admit how much power is already happening on the European level. Yeah, I mean, recently there was a study again, I think 2/3 of laws that go through the German Bundestag, the German parliament, are actually EU laws that have to be somehow implemented. I asked in Estonia, it's 90%. 90%, that's almost everything. Why is it still then that on the national news in Germany and in Estonia, it's national politicians that are being featured constantly? Why do we think it's further away? If I ask around here, I don't know, but definitely if I ask around outside, people know as little about the German lawmaking process than they know about the EU lawmaking process. And still we constantly talk about the fact that Brussels is so far away, I don't know the faces and so on. So I think we need to understand that there's an interest behind that, trying to not show what's going on the European level. And the interest lies with national party leaders who also happen to sometimes be national prime ministers and presidents. Just to make that very clear. So I think what we need to do is we need to break that a bit. We need to make it easier to understand that elections, you vote for a political group, be it the Conservatives or Volt or the Social Democrats or the Liberals, and there need to be simple figures standing for this. Like, I don't know, von der Leyen for Conservative, less migration, harder sanctions against Russia, maybe, I don't know, more money for families, Social Democratic candidate. Who knows the Social Democratic candidate by name? A European Social Democratic candidate? No one. Ah, I see some hands. Nicolas Schmidt, great, well done. In Luxembourg, okay. Yeah, he's a Luxembourgish guy. I didn't even know he's from Luxembourg before you told me. No, this is how bad it is, yeah? So, why do people not know about EU politics? Because we make it, or we don't choose to make it simpler. Simple would be you have a second vote for European parties where the top name on that list is the Commission President candidate of this European party. You would vote for them. They would have debates where they fight. We have no problem to have synchronous translation. We do that in the European Parliament constantly. We can also do it with the AI by now. Like it's really, there's no excuse for not having European debates anymore. But national powers don't want that. And this is, I think, what we need to all be aware of. And that's what we are trying to fight. So just to make it very clear that this is by design. Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say.
If I can just follow up on that one.
Yeah,
I
sure.
Just have a second. Because I think I really agree with you. And I also think that it's, for us, it would be like for all of us here. Like the moment that you understand that the people that are in the, it doesn't matter if they are in the European Parliament, in the national parliamentary politics, or on your local governmental level, these people are being financed by you. These people are not being only chosen by you, but these people are working for you. And I think that's something that really helped us in Poland when young women actually understood that, hey, these boomers that are making laws about our bodies, about climate, about our safety, about Russia still being able to do any business with European Union, which is still happening, and Germany is buying the most of LNG, like the biggest amount of LNG that is being bought in the EU is being bought by Germany. Like all of these laws are being done not on our watch, but with our money. And I think that's something that shifts it when you think that it's not only your, you have the right to vote and blah, 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 all of this kind of talk about democracy and the values. That's not something that the common people care about. I come from a very working class family. My dad works in Germany. It's very funny because he drives around in the truck with oil, and I'm a climate activist. And that's why I'm doing it also, because when you're a kid of a worker at fossil fuel company, you understand how many big atrocities fossil fuel companies can really make. How very often these people, the fossil fuel lobbyists, are very welcome in the parliament. And they've been welcome there for years now, for decades. And that needs to change. And you don't have to be the most activist person out there. You don't have to be the speaker. You don't need to be, the leader of the movement. There are so many roles within the movement. There are so many roles within the huge transition, not only the climate one, but like the whole transition that Europe has to do to somehow, be able to compete with China, with the US. There are so many roles that you can take. I feel like it's unimaginable. Like we have this poster in our office in Poland when we have like these different roles in the climate movement, and we start with a tea maker, like through a person that paints banners, until the person that does these social media storms on different MEPs in Poland to ask them what are their stances. And I think that's very important to understand that it's not only about you having the power. You don't have this power. They do everything to take this power from you. But people who are making these laws, people who are also making big mistakes in your name, are people who have addresses and names. And I think that's very important to remember about that.
Yeah, I actually wanted you to comment as well, and how you think that new forms of engagement can maybe bridge that gap, digital ones, for example.
Mm-hmm. They can. First, a quick note on this, and on boomers in particular, because I think there's a problem of the structure of incentives. There's a wrong structure of incentives currently, and it's getting worse and worse as time goes by. What do I mean by that? In essence, these boomers taking decisions for us, in a way, it's due to the demographic structure of our society, right? So as population ages, and particularly in Europe, population is aging quickly in most countries, the greater chunk of the electorate is older and older, meaning that the structure of incentives for politicians to be elected, they need to go grab votes from these stratas of the population, meaning that their proposals, what they say, what they defend and what they stand for, will likely more probably answer to the worries of older generations than to the worries of younger generations. And this is not likely to change soon. That's why, not as Palumba, but me personally, I would be in favor of lowering the legal voting age to 16 everywhere.
It is in Germany, yay!
As it is in Germany and in some other few countries, especially for these European elections. But I think that would be relevant in terms of bringing the agenda and this Overton window of what's in the focus and what's in scope, pushing it a bit to the topics that matter the most to young people. Because we have this data that we care about slightly different things than other generations. We also have a different electoral behavior. And this somewhere where I think that we need to adapt the forms of participation. So if we look at the data, we know from Eurobarometer data, for example, that young Europeans make the decision whether to vote or not very close to the election date, in the hours, if not days before. Whereas, and if you ask yourself, probably you know that your parents will vote. Probably our parents know already what they will vote for because it's the party that they've been voting for most of their lives. Because politics, it's also about a social habit that you developed when you're 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. You're politicized for the first time, more or less where we are now. And then you go to the polls for the first time. And if you acquire that habit, that when you're called to the polls, you do go, then when you become independent and when you form your own family, in case you do so, you do feel that appeal and that call, and the likelihood of you keep doing that just out of habit, as a natural thing that it's a civic duty that you do, it's very high. Whereas if you don't do it in these early stages, the likelihood of you keeping up with the news, keeping up with the changes in the political system is way lower. So I think that here having a tool that is specially directed at young people is relevant, and also one that is activated in the weeks before the elections to do that last push. Because although we theorize a lot, and I'm a political scientist, I love thinking about this and looking at the theories, but at the end of the day, it sometimes comes to very simple actions that people end up going to vote or not. It's a message to your friends on the election day saying, hey, by the way, have you voted yet? Should we go grab coffee after we vote? And this has an impact in turnout. So with this tool in particular, we are publishing it in a few days from now. And we hope that it sparks a wave of these messaging pigeons around Europe that really, out of you seeing in your Instagram feed a lot of stories about it and screenshots of the results of who your friends are matched with, you would really spark political conversations that would otherwise not exist. And through those political conversations, there's papers published on that matter a lot. In the Netherlands in particular, even like 4% of turnout could be explained out of the massive use of such vote orientation tools. So I think it's also being a bit smart and being evidence-based, that you go to look at what the research is pointing at and then try to tap into those very specific elements that we can have an impact in youth engagement.
Do you guys want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something where you said voting from the age of 16. Because for me, it's also something which is really, really important to have the topic of politics more in schools. Because I think that's really the young people who are the ones who are the change makers of the future. And it's so important that the topic of politics is more debated also in the schools, as I'm doing a lot of schools during the last weeks and months. And there were a lot of students I met. I would have never met on the street, because we all have our different areas where we are moving, but being in that school and discussing with them, you just get the reasons, okay, why they don't care, because they don't feel considerated by the politics. But still, in Parliament, the legislation is also done for them. So they are not aware of the fact how important politics are. And therefore, for me, it's so important to have more politics in schools. Not party politics, but information about politics, about political system, activism, and so on. Because it's only by that that we can also have in the later future grown-ups, which are not just bubbles, where we have here at the youth event, the bubble of the young people who are willing to be engaged in politics, but that we reach everybody.
Yeah, this topic of information I wanted to talk about a little bit more because it's also part of the study where people say the reason they're not politically engaged are no time, which is partly understandable, no clue, and then being afraid of the risk of it. And I guess the risk of it is real political violence in a lot of European countries. It's crackdown on free speech in some of them as well, but especially this no clue, because you'd think with free education, with a varied media landscape, that people would have a clue, or at least a basic kind of clue. And I think you're right what you said, that it's not just that people don't know about Europe, they also don't know about local or national politics. And you kind of said that you think there's a reason behind that. People don't want voters or young people to have a clue, but I guess there also must be other reasons for it and other ways to tackle that issue. So maybe all of you could comment on that again, because I guess you're right that maybe politicians are not so interested in people having more clue, but what about journalism, for example?
Yeah, I meant more in the comparison of the EU versus national politics, I think. I think you said something about the opportunity. One of you said something about opportunities. And I thought about this a lot because, I mean, maybe it's also the fault of our parents' generation. I don't know if your parents were actively in parties and whether they transmitted a joy to go to a political party meeting to you. I mean, mine weren't, yeah? I mean, not that I know of at least, and they never definitely took me to any party meetings. And I think it's just a thing that we have unlearned. Like we don't know how it is to be in parties, and even the big, huge German political parties like the CDU and the SPD, they have 200 to 300,000 members, which doesn't sound so little, but if you put it onto 85 million people, it is nothing, and it's also a structural weakness that we can exploit. And I think the one thing that we somehow need to understand is like, how do we, trash this glass window that somehow seems to be between us and politics. Like you said this as well, like, they do something, the politicians do something. And I think that's to an extent created by politicians by sitting here and saying, yeah, you don't really know what I'm talking about. Like, but how do we trash this glass window would be super interesting for me. Like, if you take, again, your 10 best friends and enter the next local chapter of any party, in Germany at least, you are the majority of active members of that local chapter. So in Prenzlauer Berg, where we are right now, when we went postering in 2019, with the 15 people that we were in Berlin in general at that time, I guess, there were 2 people active of the SPD and were putting up posters in Prenzlauer Berg, the only 2 active people of the SPD. 200.
That's pretty crazy in Prenzlauer Berg,
yes.
Because there you should have people with social capital and access to information.
Yes,
yeah.
And so I'm not even, like, I don't want to judge it. It's not the SPD's only problem. I'm just saying, if you get active, you can really, I think if we would reconquer parties, and this brings me to the last point of how can you also maybe destroy this glass a bit. I'm trying to convince a lot of famous people right now from different sectors to do a pledge still before the European elections of saying we will reconquer parties. We will today join the next best political party, CDU, SPD, whatever in Germany at least. Maybe we can make it European, to show that they don't to 100% agree with the party program, as you have said, but they have understood that, it's nice to do democracy protests, but we have to also reconquer this party system to be able to actually shift where society is going. And it's not so difficult. So again, that would be my one ask from you. Google your local party that you like the most and write them an email that you want to join today.
Yeah, if I can say one thing, because I think that very often, like, it comes that, young people said that they don't have time or like capacities to join, and I don't care if movement or a party or NGO. And I think that, again, like we as people who are already within like these places, we shouldn't, again, be, I don't know, angry with that, but we should try to play with that. And that's the very similar thing that happens with the far right right now in Europe. And I see that a lot in Germany, that like what is trying to be done here is to show AfD as, you know, the most dangerous thing out there, and as those who are going, like, who are crazy and are going to completely like shift German democracy. And I agree, it's right, obviously, like I agree with that. But I don't think that it's strategic to show these people as the dangerous ones, if that makes sense. Something that worked in Poland very much was accepting that young boys, because it's way more, very often, it's way more often the boys than the girls, that young boys, they don't want to be engaged in politics apart from being somehow supportive of the far right, because they are being seen by them in a way. And I think that's something that we should think about, like, does my movement see young people really, and does it see their struggles? Does it understand that the climate might not be the biggest topic now? Does it understand that we need to talk way more about, you know, affordable lives, about the cost of living crisis, about energy crisis that transfers to inflation and everything? And I think that's something that, for example, I'm very happy how you said that Fridays for Future is such a successful movement. I don't think so, honestly. I think we really lost the fight for European Green Deal, not because it's not going to be done in a way that we fought 2 or 3 years ago, but because we weren't fighting for our people. When I talk with Polish people, what they say very often is that, you know, like, it's against some regulations that are not being done in a Polish style. It's not a deal, you know, it's not a deal. It's more like this, you have this German word, I think it's Ordnung or something like that. It's again about this like regulative spaces and how we're gonna do this, right? And what people need to see, and what the far right very often offers them, is the investment, it's the money, it's what they can do themselves. It's also trust in them. And I know it sounds ridiculous to talk about the far right in that way. I'm very much not, you know, positive about what they're doing, but I think it's important to look at these people and think about the strategic way to scare people off from them. And that might be not showing them as the most dangerous one, but as the most clumsy ones, as the ones that they cannot make job done. You know, we've had one of these candidates in the far right that was always talking about how us climate activists, or like young people in general, don't want to work anymore, and how we need the real work to happen, you know? Like, he was trying to appeal to a very, very leftist electorate, to the workers, while the left was talking only about abortion, solely about abortion, not about the working class anymore. And I think, like, he was doing it all the time, and very often, like, the parties wanted to show him as this dangerous fascist. And what we've done was looking up where he actually was working before, and it turned out that the only work he's had was being a windsurfing trainer. And obviously, like, I don't have anything against the windsurfing trainers, but when you're one of those saying, hey, we need to talk about the coal workers, about the oil workers, we need to talk about the truck drivers, you know, the nurses, the real work, and then it turns out that he's been in the parliament for years and years, and he used to be a windsurfing trainer in Greece when he was 16 or 17. That's what ridiculizes them. And I would really love, still, like, until the 9th of June, to see German left, German climate movement, German progressives in general, to radicalize them. Talking about democracy, it's so dull. Like, I stop listening when someone's talking about how we're all together, like, even though we have so many differences in European Union. Like, it worked in 2005, it worked in 2006. It's not there anymore. People are really angry. People don't have anything, you know, to heat their homes with. People are angry because they don't have food. People are angry because they do not feel secure. People are angry because we still pay Russia for bombing Ukraine. People are angry because of Palestine. And people don't see themselves being represented on the political level when it comes to that. And I think that's about losing trust. I think about, like, for example, taking the US elections this year. I mean, I wouldn't like to be, I don't know if I would vote if I was American, honestly. Like, to choose between Biden and to choose between Trump. Trump is obviously a fascist, scary, fucked up man. Sorry for the wording, but I think that's the only word you can use for that. And then you have Biden, who's casually walking around, and when being asked by activists why is he okay with what Israel is doing right now in Palestine, he's eating his ice cream and saying, hey, I'm pretty fine with that. Actually, yeah, we're not gonna do anything about it. And I think that's something that should also be talked about way more here, and that's sad that we're not doing it, because then it's not real. If we're gonna force people to vote, they're gonna disappear after the elections, and we don't want that to happen.
Yeah, definitely. The problem is that a lot of angry people actually vote for parties that are not in their interest. So we're again back to lack of information. I wanted to ask you, Simon, if there's anything else from the study you'd like to add on this no clue, no time, and being afraid of political risks.
Maybe to say that, I mean, yeah, I didn't go into the risks, but there's also a good amount of young adults say, hey, when it comes to these issues that I'm really passionate about, I'm willing to take those risks. And by the way, people on the far right are more willing to take certain risks, also because we found they're oftentimes more organized, have more of an organizational backing behind them, financial backing. I mean, there's some indications, so yeah, they feel more comfortable taking risks to the point that that was mentioned before. Yeah.
Unfortunate news. I wanted to, actually my last question was going to be about your best practice examples, what you would recommend young Europeans wanting to enter politics or becoming more active, but I think you've all made that pretty clear. Join a party, join a movement, develop apps, I don't know, get more
or use them and spread them.
Use the apps, exactly. So I think I'm going to open the floor to you guys and your questions instead. We still have about 10 minutes. This is your chance. There's one. Mm-hmm.
Hello, I'm Lara. I'm from Luxembourg, but I'm half Polish as well, so I resonate with different positions. So I really like this panel because it's from all different positions. I was wondering, because it was addressed a bit, but what do you think about the gender dimensions in politics? Because personally, I've noticed that in terms of party choice, for example, I'm also guilty of that, but I've noticed many women are overthinking often, they think we think we have to make a perfect choice and forever and whatever. But then I see more my male colleagues, they're oh, I will just join a party, I will do it. I don't know, maybe it's just a personal observation, but I've also noticed that a lot of activists in the climate movement are women, the heads kind of. So yeah, I just wanted to hear your opinion about that and maybe how to tackle that problem.
I'm really maybe a really bad example for going into a party, because 5 years ago when I was running for European elections, I made that choice to publicly show that I'm engaged in a political party. What happened after was I was looking for a job, and I didn't find a job because I was running for European elections for a party where I would say it's not a party, an extreme party. It's a party of the center. So I would have never expected to have those issues by finding a job in a technical field. Therefore, I'm really struggling when you are saying to the young people, join the party and just join them, because I really struggle with that. I don't know if I had known the consequences of running for European Parliament 5 years ago, if I would have known that my path in my actual job, or not yet, but would have that way if I would have chosen the path to go into a political party. Therefore, I think I'm really maybe a bad example for your question, but nonetheless, it's so important to be political active, but maybe you don't always have to choose directly at a young age also a political party. And you're maybe right with overthinking in which party and why not, and maybe there the male gender is different.
Yeah, I would say that I think there, as I said, there are so many roles that I think that also answering to what you've said, that you can also have a role that doesn't require for you to be very much in the front, in the center, or be using even your name. on one hand. On the other hand, we know that there are people being thrown out of their work in countries like Germany or Austria right now over tweets. So I think that's very sad, and that's I feel like I understand why people are scary to do that, but I also think like it's not about like taking the risk. I'm the last person that's like, okay, let's just do it all and take the risk. I think it's important to find your like space within that, and it's also important to know that it's not our responsibility, like it's not your responsibility that looks like that. In Poland, it's very interesting to see with the abortion debate right now, one of the biggest politicians in Poland, the Speaker of the Parliament, he wanted to propose a referendum on abortion, and obviously that's something that we didn't want. And one of our activists confronted him, asking him about that, and what he said was that, but in society it's 50-50, women and men, and in the parliament here, 70% of the parliament is men in their 60s. So it was funny to hear from a guy who's one of them saying that, hey, it's because of us. You are not gonna be like progressive enough to have your rights like kind of established. So I think that it's a very like hard question, but also like looking for different roles and how many roles are there and how many places to be at. It's something that might be a good answer probably.
So I quickly want to react on your point of being punished for being in a party. So I think first of all, I think we can either accept that parties are these weird things that nobody should touch and that you get punished for, penalized for, and very sorry for that, for being in. But I think we can't accept that anymore. That's the point I'm trying to make. So that's why I'm trying to bring also positions in privilege to actually join parties. The messages I get per WhatsApp when I text them and when I meet them is always like, I don't know, I feel that if I join a party, this might have negative consequences. Super rich people, successful careers. But still, they're afraid of what their friends might think if their party that they now said they will join fucks up. What will they say, And if they don't, I really have to get these people to do it so that we can do it. But I also would say, let's not accept the status quo that parties are somehow this murky, dirty little thing. I don't like that. And that's why I'm saying, like, if you can be brave, try to bring your friends and go somewhere. And I would also say, if after 2 weeks you realize you don't like this party, go to the next one. There's no one who, yes, if you're in a higher political career position, whatever, maybe it matters that you switch. But I think we should be a bit more, laissez-faire. So, but this doesn't answer the gender perspective. And I think it's a crucial question. I found it with one other dude, an Italian guy, and a French woman. And the first articles we got, news coverage, we were both described with what we said, and she was described with what she looked like, her fair complexion. I really remember that exact term. When I read the article, I didn't see it.
It's also a bit racist, if that was mentioned.
Maybe, but it was in the Netherlands. I didn't see that before, but now I can see it everywhere. So I think there is definitely a gender perspective to being a woman in public, a woman in politics, and it's something that we also have to actively fight. And I'm not the person who can say that, but I just want to say there is this perspective. Yeah? But I think when it comes to joining a party, it's also clear that when you join a party, you don't have to be the person sitting on the stage. And that goes back to the different roles. There's thousands of different roles, and you can also look at it for 3 years and then say, I want to be the treasurer. It's also fine. Yeah, so I don't know. But just to say that there is a gender perspective for sure. There's also, and that's the last point, a gender perspective in voting behavior. I don't know if you've seen this, but especially men between 39 and 59 vote far right. It's not women in that age group. It's men in that age group who disproportionately vote for that. And it's also interesting what it does to the debates between the genders. You also mentioned something else, young men. I don't know if you know, but the AfD in Germany is running a campaign on how, housewives should be housewives again. Treadwife trend, you know this, in Instagram. And then, how we should be men again and so on. So there is a gender perspective. It's getting stronger and stronger. And I'm quite curious, if not afraid of where this goes. But I think maybe active engagement can help to correct that as well.
And we
Yeah.
need more women in parliament, because I also remember like my first week, I had some lesson on how to build my team in parliament. And in fact, they explained me half of an hour where I can put my children in a creche or something. And I don't have children. And I was just like, are they joking? So why are they explaining to me where to put my children to take care of when I even don't have children? Just please explain me how to build my team in European Parliament. So I think that the gender perspective in politics is even a bigger topic, and also in general, but in politics even more.
Totally. Yeah, very important question. And I would just briefly add, there's not just a gender perspective or dimension, but also the racial dimension, the dimension of sexuality. Anybody who's potentially a victim of discrimination might hesitate more to join a party, and whether that's a safe space for them or not. Unfortunately, we're at the end. Maybe afterwards you'll have the opportunity to talk to people off the stage. Thank you all very much for coming and for all these interesting insights. I definitely learned something. I hope you guys too. Yeah, vote, join a political party, don't give up, don't lose hope. And yeah, thanks so much for coming again.
So very, very quickly before we completely wrap it up, I want to share some last reflection with you, which is that about the duty of us inside the bubble, as we've been saying through all of this time, being really active and reaching outside the bubble. And here, as you can hopefully now see in the screens, you have the QR code. I would like you all to take out your phones and for a moment scan this QR code or look in social media for @PalumbaEU, because this is a tool that we're putting at your service for free as multipliers, and you'll get exclusive early access to the app. That means that in some days from now, you'll receive an email if you signed up, and you'll be able to look at it, to play the test yourself, to see how it looks and how it feels, how the Tinder swiping dynamic works, what's the results for you. And from there, we hope that you also give us feedback. But lastly, when we publish it out for everyone in Europe to play with it, we relegate to hundreds of thousands of people who are outside the bubble and will be prompted with messages like from people like you in order to take the test themselves to see what's their opinions, and then to spread really the message and do this pigeon invasion across Europe. So if you have any questions also about that, we'll be around and you can reach for the pigeons. Thank you.
Okay, how do you turn? Okay, everyone. Ooh. Hello, hello. We're starting in 1 minute, I think. So please try to keep it down. And yeah. It's so weird because I can't hear. I cannot hear my. It's so loud because.
Bring in more.
Was it not loud?
Yeah, it wasn't. You gotta bring in more.
Wait, where's the presentation?
To the TVs over there. So basically, we're just covering the logos.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to our panel discussion called 50 Days to Go, Young Demands for Climate and Energy Policy Ahead of the European Elections.
Hello, everybody. I'm David. I'm 19 years old from Serbia, and this is my partner.
Kali, also I'm 19 and I'm from Bulgaria, and both of us are part of the young. Okay, I'm gonna try to speak louder. Both of us are part of the Young European Multipliers for Climate Action, or YEMCA for short, which is a project by the European Youth Parliament that was focused on, for the past year, on bringing visibility to youth perspectives on pressing issues regarding climate action before the European elections. And we had a workshop at the last I in Strasbourg, and now we're here again with a panel discussion.
Regarding today's agenda, firstly, we're going to take a look at E.ON's Foundation's results that Annabel Rota-Godoy is going to present to us. Afterwards, we're going to call Anna Peters, a candidate and activist for European Parliament, to come on the stage as well to talk about some important topics and share opinions about them. We're also getting opportunity to you to ask questions if you're interested in.
Yeah, unfortunately, however, both Christian Ehler and Lara Burkhardt will not be able to join us today due to some health conditions and urgent commitments that they had to take, but we hope that you're going to enjoy the panel discussion nevertheless.
As I mentioned, firstly, Annabel Rota-Godoy is a project management at E.ON Foundation, which is basically a German non-profit organization that is part of E.ON company that is also sponsoring our YEMCA project. She's going to present to us the results of E.ON Foundation's survey that was conducted last year in 9 different countries all over Europe. The survey was about youth public opinions about energy transition and also climate protection. Can we also get a little applause for our guest? Woo!
All right. Hello, everybody. First of all, thank you. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for having me here today. It's a real pleasure, and I'm very, very impressed with the organizers, with the EYP for this event they have put together, and the energy is fantastic here. And yeah, it's actually really special for me because it's the second I get to experience with the European Youth Parliament, because last year in 2023 we were together in Strasbourg with the YEMCAs, as they've already mentioned, and had an amazing workshop. So I'm really happy that we get to continue this really important work here today. There. Okay, so I want to present a little sneak preview of our European survey actually from this year. It's very fresh off the press. All the results are very new. And I just brought like a few insights, especially from the young generation, about what we have asked. And just quick information about our survey. So this survey, firstly, we conducted it last year. It was done in 9 different countries, in Germany, the UK, France, Spain, Italy, Netherlands, Sweden, the Czech Republic, and Poland. And it was done basically to measure what people there think about climate protection, about energy transition, just to kind of get a feel like what do the people want, what are the biggest problems, what are their wishes. Exactly. So let's look at the at 3 results here. So now we're just looking at the 18 to 29-year-olds that were questioned in all these 9 countries. And one question was that, how would you assess it if short-haul flights, so roughly up to 550 kilometers, were banned in principle in order to reduce CO2 emissions? And I think it's actually kind of great, and I was a bit surprised, but actually, yeah, 78% of young people answered that they would actually support this measure, support a ban of short-haul flights, and only 22% were against that. So yeah, it's kind of in line. Last year we had similar results, so it's kind of stayed steady. And actually, across all the other age groups, the results are quite similar. So one would expect that maybe the older generations were a bit more critical, but actually, in this question, we have like across the spectrum and across most countries actually quite an even result. So the next question is, in your opinion, should your country's government do more to advance climate change mitigation in the energy sector? And here we also see a very clear result in the young demographic that 85% are in favor of this and only 15% say no. So I think this is actually like a big call out to governments and also to the European Union that people do want more action, want more political action when it comes to climate protection. And I also think this is a very, very positive result that gives me a lot of hope personally as well. And let's see, the last question I brought today is a bit more negative, I guess. How likely do you think that the EU's energy needs will be fully met by renewables by 2035? And here we actually see that a slight majority thinks that it is not likely that we will make it at that point. And yeah, only 44% think that it will be likely that this goal will be met. I think this is quite telling as well and interesting to see, because this is also the young people that also have maybe a pessimistic but also a realistic outlook in this. And yeah, I'm very excited to have a discussion now with all of you and also with Anna. And yeah, I guess now you will see a bit like what you think about these results that I brought you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annabelle, for this amazing presentation. And now we're going to move on to a quick Mentimeter poll to see how you guys feel about the survey, if you resonate with it, and of course, what you think is important for the EU to focus on regarding climate change.
Please feel free to scan the code.
Do you see it? Do you see it on the screen?
Okay, we can see that the majority does not agree at all, like does not agree to some extent with the survey. I hope we're gonna discuss this today.
And again, we want to say that during the panel discussion, you're going to have the opportunity to raise questions to the speakers. So especially the people that do not agree at all, or if you have any other questions concerning the things that you do not agree with, please make sure to address them during the panel discussion so that we can discuss them. Okay, I think we can move on to the other question. So what did you find most interesting or surprising about the results? Here you can put anything. Okay, we can see that quite a few of you were surprised regarding the ban for short flights. And I'm not going to lie, I was also surprised, but I think that's a great change towards climate action and achieving actually those goals that we're fighting for.
Also, we can see like a lot of people are optimized, are happy and have positive thoughts about these results, which also is kind of interesting also regarding the fact that all of these answers are made by young people.
Okay, and I think now we can move on to our last question, which is what is your top priority for climate action that you want the EU to tackle? Okay, so we can see a lot of answers about biodiversity, climate, sustainable food production, energy production. Oh, this is changing really fast. Energy transition, clean energy, the environment, and I really like the fact that we really like the fact that biodiversity and energy transition are staying kind of at the top, because these are going to be one of the things that we're going to be discussing during the panel discussion. So hopefully, yeah, you're going to enjoy it, and we'll be able to answer some of your questions.
Okay, I think we can move on. Okay, I would like one more time to ask Annabelle to come up on the stage with us, and also to ask and to introduce Anna Peters to you. Anna is actually a German politician of the Greens, and her party numbers list is number 13 on the 2024-2029 European elections. She's running on feminist financial platform, and back in November 2023, when the list was actually announced, her party polled at 15 seats. Hello.
Hi.
So how are you today?
Good.
Are you feeling great being here with us today? Are you ready to answer all of our tough questions we prepared for you?
Yes,
Are
definitely.
you ready to answer to all of their tough questions?
Yeah.
Fun.
Amazing. Well, in that case, we're going to start. So, Anna, the first question is for you. So, as a Green Party candidate, environmental sustainability is a cornerstone for your platform. So, could you please outline for us some specific policies that you would like to advocate for on an EU level?
Yeah, so thanks for the invite, and I'm really happy to be here. I'm a little bit sad because I wanted to discuss with the Social Democrats and the Conservatives here on stage, so you can actually see what kind of parties are trying to have a program that is in line with the Paris Agreement, and some parties that have a program that means a backlash for the climate policies in the European Union. For example, we see that the Conservative parties are trying to push again in the mobility sector and to actually take the Green Deal back and to have some new agreements in the next European Parliament that will actually mean less more CO2 emissions in the mobility sector. But I was asked to talk a little bit about what us as the Green parties are trying to do in the next European Parliament. So first of all, I think we can all be sure and happy that the Green Deal is actually decided on. The Green Deal was a really big fight in the last years, and the Green members of Parliament have really fought for a Green Deal that is actually meaning less fossil fuels for the European Union until 2035, actually zero emissions from fossil fuel, the latest 2040, and it means that we have to cut down carbon emissions right away and the latest 2030. And this is actually the only way possible to tackle climate crisis and to lower CO2 emissions in the energy sector. And another one is really important. You were mentioning biodiversity on the screen, and the Green Party members have really fought for the nature restoration law. It was just decided on last fall, and this nature restoration law is the first law that actually means that we bring back nature to the people, and that we can actually have agriculture, that we can actually have a nature restoration law that means that biodiversity and nature is saved from big industry, and that speculation, for example, on the food market, that agriculture is back on track for green and renewable and for a green future. So it really means what we have to vote on during the next elections is making sure that the aims we have been deciding on during the last legislatives will stay safe, and that the Conservatives are not crashing down the big aims we have decided on the European level. And this is why I'm sitting here, this is why I'm running as a candidate, because the far right want to take it away from us. They don't even believe in climate change. And I mean, it's not a question of believing in it, it's a question of fighting it. And conservatives are also trying to crash the Green Deal. And we really have to make sure that we go faster and not slower.
Thank you. I have another question. For instance, you mentioned Conservative Party. So basically, my question for you is, how do you plan to, for instance, explain to people why climate action and Green Deal has to be at the top of all of discussions in European Parliament?
Well, the question is, how do we want our planet to look like in the next 50 years? And actually, our future. I mean, I was 13 when I started in the climate strikes in my city. And then I joined the Green Party, or the Green Youth Party, when I was 16. And now I'm 27. 10 years later, we have decided the Green Deal. We have actually decided to have a phase out in coal mining. We have decided that we won't, or that nuclear power plants in Germany are closed now. So we have made big decisions that we haven't done 10 years ago, but now it's time for action. We have the laws, but now the action must go on. And the mobility sector, the heating sector, and agriculture are still really, really big fights in the European Union that we need to look into. I mean, the agriculture sector and subsidies into really big agriculture industry is a big question that we need to focus on, and that CO2 emissions from agriculture are rising, or we are not tackling them in the right way, and this will be one focus we need to look into. And seeing that farmers are actually on the streets, blocking the streets, is also giving us a push. We have discussions in media, and we need to take it serious.
Thank you. I think the main part is that I would highlight the fact that we are progressively continuing to fight. So I would highlight that one, that's like a positive impact, aspect of all of this, right? We're gonna go back to it later, but like firstly, I got another question for Annabelle. So basically, education plays a crucial role in raising awareness about not only environmental issues, but and like fostering a culture of sustainability amidst the energy transition. So would you like to share with us some of the plans, in what ways you're going to continue to leverage the E.ON Foundation's resources to support educational programs that not only promote awareness about the energy transition, but rather to inspire future generations to actually continue to take action?
Thank you for the question. So, I mean, we've been long-time partners of the European Youth Parliament, so I think that also shows that it's also very important for us, but not just the educational aspect of this, but also the youth empowerment, like empowering youth to speak up for themselves and to actually like build together structures where they can be heard. This is very important, and that's also why together with the EYP we put in place this Climate Youth Action Plan. And I mean, you guys are part of it. You guys are also Young European Multipliers for Climate Action, very long title, the YEMCAS. And yeah, it's actually like really important that also young people promote this awareness and promote this kind of message to other young people, because we often see a lot of, let's say, older people coming and preaching and you have to do this. So that's why I love this YEMCA project so much, because it's really like peer-to-peer. It's really empowering the people. And I mean, you guys are going to continue working on this, and I think you're doing a great job, especially now leading up to the European elections. And yeah, we basically think that information is key when it comes to organizing oneself, when it comes to giving young people a voice, or not giving young people a voice, because we already said that they already have a voice, and that it's actually really important that young people understand that they have the power actually in themselves, and they can take the power and organize themselves. And yeah, we want to continue promoting that, and we are really thankful that we can work together with the EYP in such amazing projects.
Yeah, thank you so much. We're excited, to say at least, to work with you, to continue to work with you. But again, do you have a question, Kali?
Yeah. As you said, it's really important for young people to promote this, and also for young people to encourage other young people and just the people around them to be more proactive. And especially with this and the fact that in your survey from 2023, 74% of the people said that they can contribute to climate protection in their everyday lives. Do you think that there are any steps that... Can you suggest any steps that each individual can take to realize their potential? And also, do you think that there are any barriers that needs to be addressed in order for them to be more empowered more effectively?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it was great to see how many people actually are so positive about it and actually believe that they can make a change. But I also think it's very important to have in mind that every person is in a different situation. And I think we really must keep in mind that the way you're living your life, or the circumstances under which you're living your life, greatly impact the ability of climate protection measures that you can implement. So, I mean, of course, we can all try to buy more regional food, and certain people can use more public transportation, but some people don't even have the access to use public transportation. I think that's like one of the big things, and that's like one of kind of our main motivations as well on the foundation, to see that one of the biggest aspects in this climate protection is also social justice and social inclusion, because it has to be fair, this whole climate protection, the way that we're going about it, because we can't expect the same thing from everybody, and we can't think that everybody has the same realities. So for us, it's really important that all the parts of society are being taken into consideration, because, I mean, we can only tackle this global crisis if we all really work together. And then it's really important that not a bunch of people or bunch of parts of society feel like they're being left out or they're being left behind, because they don't feel like they're being taken into consideration. So I think that's like one of the biggest, if not problems, one of the biggest obstacles that we must face, and that we really have to always keep that in mind, that not everybody has the same circumstances.
I would like to add something, because I think there is a big myth in the political debate that each consumer can actually change the system by consuming, and that is not the case. And it's not about you not being part of the solution, but the best thing young people can do to actually tackle climate crisis is going on the streets, pushing us politicians, and asking each party, also the Green Party, to go further and to protest and to kind of kick our asses, that we can actually change that in a parliament. Because if you stay only on the consumer side, then I think political participation is missing out, and we have a big, big problem. This is why we're discussing today. This is why maybe you will roast me with your questions. But a long time ago, people said, oh, if you only consume less, I don't know, meat, then we will change the meat industry. But this is not the case. Actually, we need to take action, political action, to just stop the meat industry and how they're producing meat right now. Because, I mean, I'm saying meat industry and not small farmers, because it has become a meat industry, and animal rights are just crashed down by that industry. When I'm saying we all need to change the way we consume energy, of course we can all buy better washing machines that run fast, that run with lower energy, but actually it's also about how we can make sure in lawmaking that energy efficiency is available for everyone. Then talking about how the social transition can actually be made sure. In Germany, we have been discussing the climate money that you will get back as people, that you will get back as consumers, and people who have been using less energy get back more money, because CO2 emissions just by normal people are a lot lower than CO2 emissions by the industry. So I really urge you, let's take action together, let's protest together. Right now in the political debate, it's not about climate, and we need you to make sure that the European elections are also about climate, also about fighting the far right, because this is also a really big problem for climate policy and our planet. If the far right is winning in Europe, then we have a big, big problem actually making sure climate policies are going the right way. But let's make sure together that the Green Deal will not be crushed by the voters and will not be crushed by the people. And let's have the voice on the streets before June 9th, because we need that climate action is taken into the European Parliament, but also local parliaments and everywhere, so we can be the change makers together and not only through our bill that we are paying.
But just to interject, because I think it's a great point, and what you said, we need to push our politicians, and that's actually something we found. Because there's always this myth going around that most people don't want any government action. They don't want to have like these climate laws, etc. But last year when we did the survey, actually we found that across all the countries there was a big majority that were saying we want the government and we want businesses to take more action in climate protection. And that was actually, if not surprising, it was kind of countering this like common myth that, oh, the people don't want it, that's why we can't push for more action, that's why we have to be careful. No, actually, the people do want it, and that's why the politicians have to change charge, because that's also the wish of the people. So I think it's great what you said, because it totally overlines with what we found too.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you to both of you for great answers. My next question would be for Anna. So basically, you expressed very strong opinions against nuclear energy. And we can all agree that is a topic that is pivotal in discussions about clean energy and climate action overall, right? In light of the EU's taxonomy for sustainable activities, how do you think this framework would affect the integration of nuclear energy? And what are alternative energy sources do you advocate for to ensure the EU meets actually its climate goals?
Yeah, so I started demonstrating against nuclear power plants right across the border where I lived. I grew up in Freiburg, it's in southern Germany, where Fessenheim, a big nuclear power plant in France, is right next to our city. And that nuclear power plant, Fessenheim, was really old, really dangerous, and there was a big movement of people living in my region that were protesting against Fessenheim a long time. So I started being active in the anti-nuclear power movement and went on the streets as well. And I think one big problem right now is that we have the phase out of nuclear power plants in Germany, and we're really happy about it. It's not only the Greens that decided on it, but actually it was conservatives and neoliberals deciding on the phase out of nuclear power plants in Germany. And right now, the liberals want to take back that decision and say, oh, now we think it's not a good decision. So actually, I think we have a big problem discussing that issue with the liberals because they decided to actually take back their decisions of the nuclear phase-out. Now talking about EU taxation, which is your question, I think one big problem is putting a green label on nuclear power plant, because renewable energy means you have a solution from the start until the beginning. And with nuclear waste, we don't have a solution. We don't have a place in Germany where we're placing all the nuclear waste right now. We don't have a solution. We have a solution for the next 50 years, and no one can make sure that the solution that we found for the next 50 years is actually the end station for that nuclear waste. And I will not live in 200 years. We don't know where the waste will stay. And of course, all other countries have other energy mixes, and it will be more challenging for them. But EU taxation means actually greenwashing the solution of nuclear waste. And this is the biggest problem. For us, it is not a renewable energy. For us, nuclear power plants is not renewable, and for us, it means that we need to subsidize renewable energies, solar power. We need to have solar power everywhere, and actually real renewable powers everywhere, and putting money into that, and not putting subsidies in the ones where we don't have solution in the next 200 years.
Thank you. You mentioned in Germany that you're aiming to substitute the nuclear power stations with the power plant ones. But what are your comments about the countries that are actually aiming to start from the beginning with the power ones? And what are your maybe some ideas and goals how to convince them to actually skip the nuclear energy ones?
Yeah, it's about money and decision making. And I think putting money into a system that for us Greens is not green is the biggest problem. And we need to make sure that the energy transition is a real energy transition and not putting wrong investments into the wrong systems. So what we need to make sure is first having the European renewable energy industry in Europe. Right now, we have a really big problem because some solar industries are actually moving back to the United States because of the Inflation Reduction Act and are not staying in Germany. We have big industries like one solar industry that is now moving away. And I think we need to invest and put funds into the solar industry, into the renewable energy system, and taking money out of the bad industries. And this is actually a financial question, and this is why me as an economist, I want to be part in the financial questions and in the budget questions, and this is why I'm also aiming to go into the places where money decisions are made of, because a long time we have not been thinking about reinvesting money and investing money into the right solutions, and this is why me as an economist, I want to be there where money decisions are made.
That is a really interesting point that you brought up, that is mainly about financials and where the money are located. But do you think that there are any other strategies that can be taken to kind of accelerate the deployment of renewable energy sources?
So one thing is actually taking community with us and actually planning a European renewable energy system that is made with, for, and only with communities. So actually it's kind of, the European Union is deciding on, okay, we say only renewables need to be subsidized, but actually strengthening the local level and the communities to reorganize their energy system themselves. In Germany, we're calling this Energiegenossenschaften, so actually a new way to produce energy and to give those energy or the profits from the energy from the solar industry, for example, back to the people. So it's really the community is deciding where do we want to put the windmill, where do we want to put the solar park. And then the profits that are made by this solar park, for example, is going back to the community and is not a profit that is going back to one industry or one firm. And actually, this participation, this democratization of energy systems is one that we as Greens want to support from the European level and strengthening local participation. And I think this is the only way we can make sure that each and everyone is part of a solution, but the political side has decided the right path. And then all of us can not only be consumers, but we're energy and clean energy producers at the same time. And we're actually part of a change. And I think that is super, super urgent to make sure that all of us can say, I'm part of my energy community here. I know where my energy is coming from. And actually, I'm part of a green and CO2-free future. And I want to invest my time into this. And I think this is a really beautiful picture that we need to strengthen also from the European Union.
Okay, thank you. We've been talking about transition from nuclear energy, for instance. But also the European Union, as I hope we all know, is also transitioning towards circular economy to actually reduce waste and promote sustainable solutions, consumptions, etc. So basically, how will you advocate for policies that encourage resource efficiency, recycling, eco-design principles at the actually EU level? Yes, we can include your question. Connor, can you help us? We have a question from the audience.
Yeah, I'm really supporting the Klimawandel, and I love photovoltaic, I love the wind energy, and I also know that the most important thing is about to find the really best appropriate mix of energy at the current time. And I understand the concerns from the Greens about the nuclear waste, but what about if we will figure out the technology how to recycle this waste in a modern way? So, for example, SMRs, small modular reactors, modern reactors from Hitachi, for example, they are made in Canada. Because I'm from Poland, and in Poland, well, they will build 7 of them, I think, just around. And I was thinking about what if we would find out to make the rocket with SpaceX and send it just to Venus. That's just, anyway just a toxic planet. I mean, not inhabitable. I mean, just one of the ways how to reduce waste on our planet. And the next thing, the fusion, or the next 30 years, fusion reactors that are currently in France. They are mostly working on it, and I see really a huge potential in this energy type, and I wouldn't like to protest for the first. I would protest for this old types of reactors, this really old ones. So they when they're really producing mass of this waste. I hate this waste, yeah, but I wouldn't tell no for old types of fusion, old types of nuclear power. I would give a chance maybe to think about it again.
Okay, thank you for your question. You can go.
Yeah, so I think one big problem about the climate crisis is that our solutions need to be taken into action now. Actually, 10 years ago or 20 years ago. We have been debating new industries, new solutions, new technologies every single time during every single election phase. And the big problem is we have the solutions. We know what to do to lower CO2 emissions right now. We know what to do to actually have renewable energy systems. We don't need to do more research on renewable energies, but we know that if we have a solar power plant that will reduce CO2 emissions now. And I think one big problem that we are all facing and that neoliberals in Germany are always trying to tell us there is a new technology. It's a sparkling new technology. And in 20 years, it will work. But not now. And that's the biggest problem. If we put €1 into that new sparkling technology, it will be €1 less for solar energy systems all over Europe. And I think it is the decision to now put every single euro in a secure energy system, in an energy system where we know where the energy is coming from, and in an independent energy system. And also the future sparkling new technologies of new and safer nuclear power plants, we are still dependent on resources we don't know where they're coming from. And that is the biggest problem, because this sparkling solution, maybe in 20 years it will work, it's a wrong investment now. And this is why we know what to do. We know how to actually have renewable energy all over Europe, and hoping that the energy mix will be more and more dependent on renewables. And I don't want to make false investments in the next 20 years, because those 20 years are the most important years we will face to actually tackle the climate crisis. So I'm really hoping that this liberal saying of maybe one technology can save all of us is not the best solution. And then talking about circular economy. We want to make sure that actually recycling is not a thing that is hip or nice, or you could do if you want to, and if you are a really green industry, but that it will be sure that circular economy is the new economy, and that economy means for industries, for the steel, for metal, for everyone, to make sure that after 2040, circular economy is the new kind of way to make new plastic foils for whatever. And I'm visiting a small firm where I live. As a candidate, we have to visit all kind of firms and talk to the people. This one is a foil firm, and they're asking me, okay, but how could this work? How could circular economy work for my kind of firm? And the solutions are there. We just need to make sure that industries that are looking into that now are pioneers in their field, and helping the other firms to also start reframing their industry and start circular economy as the best solution for their sector. So actually, it's you know, I mean, climate policies is about everything what we do on the planet. It's about economy, industry, steel industry, metal, foil, plastic, whatever. But now we may have to make sure that the right laws are ensuring that after 2040, there is no waste, but waste is a new resource for the big industries. And this is one of our green goals, that after 2040, this is the new normal.
Thank you. You mentioned how you aim to basically explain to people and to businesses how to implement, for instance, recycling in their business models, etc. My question would be, do you plan, and how do you plan to maybe give support to the businesses that are already doing those type of things? For instance, I'm having my own startup about composting. So how would you support my idea, my business model, and so on?
So for that question, we want to make sure that actually the industries or the small startups with their ideas are supported, of course, also with money, and to make sure that the solutions that actually make sense in the sustainable way are solutions that the European Union is also supporting money-wise with a new special program for startups in green technology. But then again, really, we need to make sure, and we need to reopen the EU taxonomy, which we have talked about 20 minutes ago, because if false industry is flagged as green industry, then we have a problem, because the startups that actually have the right ideas are not getting enough money. So we have to make sure that actually only green solutions are real green solutions, and that false greenwashing is stopped, and that the right industries or the right small ideas are getting the most out of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so now as we've been talking about energy transition, Annabelle, what do you think from your experience with different companies and society organizations, what do you think their biggest obstacle is when it comes to meaningful energy transition and impactful climate action?
I think a big problem is that there's so many great projects, great initiatives all across Germany, but also all over Europe and probably all over the world. And I think a lot of the time there's a lack of awareness and lack of information in the public about all of these projects, about these initiatives. And what I believe is that the key is more of combining our forces. I think that's really in many areas where the key is to getting a greater outcome, but especially in this area, I think when people, initiatives, different projects combine their forces, the outcome can be much greater, and the awareness in society as well can be much greater, because there are so many really small, let's say, initiatives on a local level as well, and that should stay there, that should be great, but there can be great connections across the platform, and we can learn from each other, and that's, I think, also the greatest treasure when you see what works in one aspect that other people can learn from it, can apply, and this way you can get better, get great results much faster. So I think that's a big, let's say, problem, but also a great opportunity if you really tackle it the right way.
Amazing, yeah, I absolutely agree. Thank you so much for your answer. And now I think we're gonna open the floor for any questions that you guys might have. If any of you has any questions.
Hey, hi. You talked about the communities, and that's where I wanted to ask again. How exactly you want to get those communities on board, and also avoid the cases where there is a backlash from communities, because you hear over and over. I come from Switzerland, I know it's not EU, but we have a lot of cases where the communities are actually against wind or solar projects because they're afraid of, like, yeah, different things. Thanks.
So this is, I know this problem because everywhere my regional department is trying to place a new windmill, there is then one protest or one movement against it, and they're trying to say, oh, there is this like one little mouse, it's only existing here, and if we put a windmill here, this mouse will extinguish, and I don't know. So it's kind of the movement that is trying to stop it are often, in my case, supported by liberal parties, and conservative parties are putting a lot of money into it. And right now with the far right, they're actually supporting those kind of backlash movements against renewable energies. And this is why we think decision-making about where a windmill, where a solar power plant park will stand needs to be taken by the community first. And we need to have a local election about where should we place a renewable energy system somewhere, where, and who will profit from the profits. And saying we can actually subsidize or pay our community pool or our community library from the money we get from the solar power plant park is actually something like we are getting money from a new energy source, we are reinvesting it and making our community stronger, and we can reopen our library or have a bigger library, and we can actually make our community stronger because we are being independent from other energy systems, and we're taking the money we get from the solar park and putting it into quality in our community. And first having a democratic decision about it, then participating in the decision making where the money should flow into afterwards, and having a real debate about it, and not like decision maker from a regional or local level saying it's here, you have to stick with it, deal with it, yes or no. That is I think, part of the solution, having community have a say on it.
Hi, so I don't know if this is necessarily what your talk is regarding. It's kind of a little bit maybe off topic, but I was wondering like rules and regulations that you can put on companies, like things such as like the fast fashion industry and the meat industry, like are there ways that you're going to target reducing their impacts on the climate?
Yeah, so about fast fashion, we just had a decision making in the European Parliament on where the fashion is coming from, and if people working in it, if human rights violations are actually taking place in that fast fashion industry. And we just had a European law on that. It's called the chain supply regulation, and they're actually making sure that every industry has to reevaluate the chain supply from the beginning to the end. And if we see that human rights violation, if children are working in that sector, we can't, or our fashion stores can't buy clothes from that kind of industry anymore. So with this new European regulation, we are making sure that human rights violation and climate violations are not taken into action anymore. And this is really, really important, because I think us as the European Union, we have all those values. We have a value like we want to make sure that human rights are actually taken serious, but then we're consuming clothes that human rights violations are actually part of every single day. And this new legislation that my colleague has been fighting for 5 years now is actually now just passed, and we're really happy about the change we can make, and that children will not produce their clothes anymore. And that is one super important thing. And then also the real costs we are seeing in fast fashion are not the costs we are then seeing in the store. And this really needs to be taken serious, that the violations can only be made because our clothes are so cheap. And this is actually the profit scheme the fast fashion industries is facing on. And this is why we have to take those human rights violations seriously.
Yeah, you already mentioned agriculture in the beginning. I'd like to follow up on that. In rural communities, and especially since the protests during the last months, we see a rise in right-wingism and conservatism in rural communities. I think that's pretty dangerous, as these communities don't make up a large part of the population, but a significant one. And I don't think we should lose them. At the same time, I don't see, or maybe that's just me being uneducated, I don't see any positive regulation on agriculture that does not only make agriculture more expensive. Also, with the regulation we do have, these often lead to an accumulation of farmlands in the hands of few farmers, killing small farming communities. I think that's a big issue. You also mentioned Genossenschaften, so cooperatives. I read a small paper on Dutch cooperatives in agriculture being pretty far ahead in environmental protection. Could this be a solution implemented EU-wide?
Yeah, talking about agriculture, so it's really hard to hear every word you're saying, because I don't know, the acoustic here is hard for people sitting on stage, but I'm trying to answer. And if I'm missing out something, you tell me. The problem of the European budget is most of the money from the European budget and from the European budget on agriculture is going into the wrong direction. It's really going into agriculture industry and not farming. And what we want to change is actually the whole subsidy system in the European Union, and how money, right now, if you're a big agriculture industry, you get money and subsidies from the European Union depending on the area you're cultivating. And the bigger you are, the more money you get. And this is completely crazy if you want to make sure that farmers who are actually trying to keep our food system alive are getting subsidies by by destroying our planet. And this is the wrong way. We want to actually subsidize the smaller farming systems, the eco-farming systems, and helping those farmers who are actually part of the solution and not part of destroying our planet. And this also means, of course, that cooperatives should be supported more and would be supported by this new shift of subsidies, of course. And one small last sentence on farmings right now. It's not only subsidies made by the European Union, but also speculation on the food market. And I think speculation on the food market, speculation with our food should be stopped totally, because I mean, speculation also on other markets like the housing sector is also totally wrong. I totally agree with people, like it's not only the food market, but speculation of human needs and basic needs should be stopped. And this is why subsidies should go into the right direction, into small farming. Cooperatives should be supported more, and the speculation in the food market should be stopped right away, because right now farmers are dependent of too many things and should be strengthened by the European Union and should be strengthened by their solutions to make sure that they're using their fields the right way and not using the fields as an industry. And yeah, this is giving nature and people back the decisions about how food is made.
So I have a question. We have been talking about a few actors and a few industries, about the energy industry, about the agricultural industry, about also the meat industry. I have a question which I feel like hasn't been addressed this much yet, about like there is political actors definitely in making decisions and in shaping transitions, and there's individuals, but I feel like also, and so this might, I hope it's not off topic, but I feel like it also makes sense with the Stiftung hosting this. I was wondering how, or whether the work you're doing also focuses on addressing the interests of energy industries in maintaining in a certain way, also like the fossil economy, and whether you have programs or ways of holding the company also accountable in its climate action. And yeah, if you could share maybe a little bit about how also to get the industry on board, get them on board with us, and have them with us as an actor to actually shape the energy transition and go towards an industry that can be carbon neutral and that can be fit for the future.
Okay, thank you for the question. I mean, first of all, to clarify, I work for the E.ON Foundation, not for E.ON the company, and we are independent. But I mean, I guess it's a bit difficult because in the case of E.ON, they actually are making, I mean, it's profitable for them, the energy transition, because we are in the infrastructure, you know, so this is actually quite an interest of them to kind of speed it along as well. So I feel like in that case, maybe it's, yeah, they're already on board, let's say it like that, because it's also in the business, you know, to changing the infrastructure and making it good for the renewables and kind of changing the entire infrastructure towards that. That's also a goal of them. But I think in general with like industries, I guess it is a great question. And I think the only way in a general consensus with industries is to make it profitable to work towards climate sustainability, and that is not just for the energy industry, but basically for all industries, because I mean, I guess we can't just hope that suddenly all industries start thinking, oh no, we will just do whatever is best for the globe, for the people, etc. It has to be kind of logical as well in the system that we live, that it becomes profitable. So right now for E.ON it is, but I guess there's a lot of industries where it isn't, and I think that's the great point, where we have to get to a point where that is the main goal.
And adding on it, right now we are still having subsidies in the European Union that is actually subsidies for fossil fuels. And we have a Dienstwagenprivileg. Sometimes my English words are missing. Like, we're having subsidies on cars in Germany that are actually combustion machines, and we are subsidizing that in German law. And in European law, we're subsidizing fossil fuels, and that's kind of crazy, right? I mean, we're subsidizing CO2 emissions, and we have the Green Deal where we want to lower CO2 emissions faster. And what we're saying, subsidies and fossil fuels need to stop right now. I mean, they should have stopped 10 years ago, but then it's even less profitable for any kind of industry to go that path. And also the CO2 price and the ETS, so the trading system of emissions, really is one focus point in the next European Parliament that we need to reevaluate and see how the trade of actually trading emissions is part of the solution. And right now it's not 100% part of the solution, and we need to reshape that trading scheme of CO2 emissions. And then it's more industries are going that way because it's not logic to not do it.
Hello. Real effective climate protection is also uncomfortable. I think that's an aspect really a lot of politicians don't want to talk about it. And we saw some statistics that says that a lot of people support climate protection, but we must be honest to ourselves that there are also a lot of people who are afraid of change and who don't like change. And my question is, how do you want to communicate the necessity of also uncomfortable change? Because I'm from Germany and we have a government who's not able to communicate really good ideas for our climate protection.
Yeah, so I think one problem right now we're facing is that us as a young generation, we're not only facing climate crisis, but we just came out of COVID crisis and the war is right next to us. So our society is kind of tackled by so many crises at the same time, and this is super scary for society in general, for us as people who will live on this planet a long time, and for decision makers, because they need to address all those different crises at the same time and find solutions for it. And I think what you're talking about is the heating legislation in the German system, because we had a heating law in Germany where we made sure that heating will no longer be subsidized, like fossil fuel heating will no longer be available in Germany anymore, and that actually our new heating law is making sure that only renewable heating is possible from next year on. This year on? Yeah. So, and we had a big communication fail, and I agree with you, this was really going the wrong direction because our debate was so populist. And sometimes I find it super hard, and I also ask you as audience, as young activists, how to make communication better, because us as politicians, we don't always have the best solution in it. I mean, we saw it last year. There could have been you in the communications office of our economy ministry, and maybe it would have been better. I think one thing is we need regional conferences and decision making, and people need to be asked and need to be part of the solution right away. If we only have one national law on a big change in the heating system and people are not asked or can't ask direct questions to politicians, or if there is no energy agency that is also helping people to actually reinvest their money into new renewable energy systems, then we have one big problem. Local level, regional level, and really agencies that are helping people right away if they have questions. And that was a big problem. We had the law first, and then one month later we said, oh yeah, maybe we need to help you do it. And one other thing is that there was a question about the social transition of it. People saying, oh, maybe I don't have the money to to put my money into a new renewable heating system. And this is why we are talking about the climate money, how we want to give money back to people to make sure that they will actually be able to buy themselves the new heating systems they need for their homes. So it's not a consumer question again, but a political question that social transition and climate transition are two hands and that they're shaking and that not one hand, like the social transition, is left out.
Hi, so you were talking a lot about human rights and that we need to conclude them or include them in our green transformation. So we've been cut off Russian gas, which we had an addiction before as Germany, and European leaders, including ours, were going to other countries to get new deals. What would be your approach in dealing with states like Azerbaijan, who have been ethnically cleansing Armenians from their region, in dealing with them?
Yeah, we need to make sure that every partnership or trade deal we are doing is actually based on human rights. So answering your question, if we want a fair energy transition, if we want a fair gas transition, if we want to be independent from imperialism and autocratic systems, that we need to make sure that those deals we're making are actually human right friendly or are actually taking human rights seriously. And this is what we're pushing for, to make sure that social, just, and human rights are always met. And if this is not the case, then the European values are just values, but not inside the deals. And this is what we're fighting for.
Hi, I have a question. I'm a climate activist, and I'm from the Czech Republic. And where I come from, it's been really difficult to talk to politicians and stuff like that, because they don't really look at us as equals when it comes to our opinions about the climate change and the solutions. And I wanted to ask you, how do you feel about the narrative that young people cannot have an opinion on these things because they haven't lived long enough? And if you have felt like some negative emotions, how have you been fighting with it? And are you, if yes, and sorry, and are you trying to enforce some change in this narrative?
Yeah, I find it really interesting because, I mean, I started as a 13-year-old going on the streets protesting against this one power plant right in my region. And I've been part of climate protests in the coal mining area in Germany. And we have been there with Ende Gelände. I don't know if you have heard of it. It's like a big mass movement. And we have been sitting and blockading coal industry and coal mining here in Germany. And the police brutality our group has been facing was also big, but what you are facing right now in different countries in the European Union is not only protest is being illegal, but that young people are told to shut up. And I think this is a backlash in youth rights, in human rights, and in decision-making about our future. And what I find, well, there are different solutions. One solution is that young activists from all over Europe need to support each other. I mean, you are here right now, you're part of a big community, and if you are facing legal restrictions, then the European community and young European people can help you with online campaigning, with social media, and so on and so forth. Then second, ask your member of parliaments of the European Union if things like that is, like if your protest is being illegalized, ask your member of parliaments in the European level to help you and to have actually a say on it. Ask them to have a speech about it in the European Parliament and really push people to see what your protest is about and like parliamentarians are open to actually address those kind of things then in the parliament. And then we have committee meetings in the parliament where some cases are being discussed, write emails, write to us on our social media and ask to help you support your local activism. And last thing, start your own political idea, and maybe also join a political party that is okay with your values. So if you are in a climate movement, then push the Green Party, or you can all go into different parties you want to go and try to push also parties inside. Go to the protests outside, but also try to push in the parties inside. This is what I have been doing the last 10 years. Maybe not all of you want to join a political party, but you can go to our party congresses, you can go to party conventions, do workshops, do speeches, and try to get your words out there. I think that's super, super important for us. I have been doing it for 14 years now, and I'm happy to continue doing it.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you all for all of your questions. And I would ask all of you to follow us on our social media at UEP Network and Instagram and TikTok, because Kale and I are going to do and try our best to give you another opportunity with some random Instagram options to ask questions. And if both Annabelle and Anna are okay with it, we're gonna try answer all of them through our social media. So be sure to add us there, UEP_network. Thank you.
Yeah, as David said, thank you again for all of your questions. And I think with them we were able to cover various aspects towards that topic. And as one of the last things that you said, and the last question that was being asked, it's really not great the fact that we as young people, sometimes our opinion is not considered just because we're young, but it's really nice to hear that there are other options and people like the Green Party that are ready to support what we believe in. And now we're going to proceed with our last question for that debate, unfortunately. What is one thing that you would like to see, both of you, that you would like to see the European Union tackling in the next European Parliament term? And also, Anna, what would you and your party do to address this before the other elections in 2029?
What we need to make sure now is that the Green Deal is actually a Green Deal for the people. And this means that climate action right now means job opportunities for people all over Europe. So what I want to see in the next European Parliament, and what I'm fighting for as a candidate and hopefully as a member of Parliament, is that we need to make sure that job opportunities in the green industries are good job opportunities, that re-education for the workers in, for example, fossil fuel industry is made sure, and that people are finding new green jobs in the mobility sector, are being new bus drivers everywhere, and that actually climate and workers' rights are two fights that are put together. And it means if we really achieve the Green Deal, it means for the short term, it means 2 million new jobs in the European industry for the next couple of years, and it means 10 million jobs in the green industry for the next 10, 20 years. And I think that's super exciting. It's actually positive news to have new job opportunities for everyone in Europe. And I think this is what us as the Green Party need to focus on, and as Green parliamentarians want to achieve, that workers' rights, human rights, and job opportunities are part of the Green Deal, and this will be our big chance.
Okay, so first of all, I think personally I would love to see there being actual meaningful and concrete action taking in climate protection on the European level by the EU in the next years. I think that would actually be a great step forward. But I think also that it would be really important that the EU doesn't forget the social justice aspect when it comes to this, because I mean, we can only do this together, and I feel like right now, I mean, we said it many times already today, a large part of population feels very anti towards these whole measures, and I think large part of it is because they feel forgotten or they feel like they're not being taken into consideration. So I think this is a really big challenge to be addressed, and that there can be a lot done to actually, I don't know, kind of take everybody with us on this fight, this global fight against climate change. And I think there's so many always negative feelings around this topic, and I think we should also focus a lot on the positive. And one thing that really gave me hope was seeing that in our European survey, across all the European countries, it was basically not that much differences in the opinions. So we actually seem to have a pretty united Europe when it comes to issues or on to their perspectives on climate change. And I think that's a really positive starting point, and I think we can do a lot with this. And yeah, people just want to be taken into consideration, and people actually want to see meaningful and really concrete climate action being taken. So that would be my biggest wish, I guess.
Thank you so much for both of you for answering these questions and for being here with us and for joining and for discussing the importance on climate action with us and the complexity of it all that we're trying to tackle, you know, because of all of the actors and sources involved. And thank you so much for all of you for participating and for listening to that discussion. I personally, after this discussion, I feel really motivated and inspired to do everything possible in the country that I'm in to help that. So I hope that you are also motivated to do the same and to vote.
Yeah, we want to thank you once again to Ion Foundation and the European Parliament supporting our YEMCA project and the European Youth Parliament overall. And since we saw we have some people from Switzerland here, I got a little question for all of you. And my question is, how many of you are not able to vote on the EU elections in 50 days? Okay, I'm one of you as well, since I'm coming from non-EU country. So basically my ask, I believe our ask, would be not to vote only for yourselves, but to vote for us, vote for youth, vote for everything here. And we would like you to once again call you out to go to these elections and vote from 6th to 9th June this year. Thank you. Also, don't forget to add UP Network on Instagram and TikTok. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I hope you have enjoyed today as much as I have. I'm just letting you know that the plenary is starting in around 5 minutes. So I hope you're as excited as we all are, that you get seated and that we slowly get the volume down. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Hi again. We are gonna now begin with the plenary for tonight. It is a very exciting activity that I hope you're all looking forward to. Just make sure that you can find your seat. As you know, you can, if you wish, you can also sit at the staircase area so that you don't have to be standing. But there's also some free seats around this area, so you can find it as well. Just make sure that if you are not attending the plenary session and either you're leaving or you're speaking or something else, that you keep the volume as down as possible so that we can enjoy and listen our speakers clearly. Okay? That being said, welcome to the plenary session of Berlin 2024. So, once again, my name's Alonso. I am one of the project managers of the Berlin, and before we start, I am coming to you with a message from a very special person that wanted to greet us at the event. So I am introducing the video of the Commissioner Iliana Ivanova, which amongst her responsibilities, she's responsible in the Commission for Youth. So it's the perfect person to hear at this specific event. So please, let's all watch the video for Miss Iliana Ivanova.
Dear youth representatives, dear friends, it is a pleasure to address you today for the opening of the Berlin European Youth Event. Local European youth events are unique opportunities. They offer a platform for you to exchange ideas, be inspired by others, and to present your vision for Europe. And our message to young Europeans is clear. We are committed to giving you a stronger voice in EU policy making. We want to reflect your perspectives, ideas, and innovations in our journey forward. Building on the momentum of the European Year of Youth in 2022, the European Commission has been taking concrete actions to empower young people, to give them more opportunities to engage with the democratic process and have their perspectives reflected across various policy areas. Policies that you will discuss at this event, like employment, skills, international cooperation, and climate change. And we're now launching some exciting new initiatives to give you more chances to have your say on the future of the EU. One flagship action is the introduction of a youth check to ensure that your needs are taken into consideration when we develop policies. We will also continue the youth policy dialogues between commissioners and young people, and soon we will set up a youth stakeholders platform bringing together policymakers, youth organizations, and researchers to exchange on youth issues. I encourage you all to get involved in these initiatives so that your voices are heard in our policy making. These decisions affect you, so it is important that they are made with you. Finally, and most importantly, the European elections in June will be a crucial moment for you to shape our European future. Your vote counts. Be activists for your own future. In the meantime, I hope you make the most of this incredible event to voice your opinions, connect, and inspire. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those incredibly inspiring words. And now we are going to proceed with the presentation of the plenary session of Berlin. This is your opportunity to not only listen and interact with members of the European Parliament and hear about their own voices regarding the elections and the campaign process. And also, as we have the plenary session, tomorrow we'll also have the youth plenary where the young people will be actually questioned by MEPs. So you have these both opportunities and both sides of possibilities to interact with MEPs. That being said, I am very pleased to introduce Federico Terreni, the moderator for this panel, who is coming from the European Movement International. Please, a round of applause.
Yes, welcome everybody. It's very nice to see you all, including a lot of familiar faces I had the chance to speak to today. And welcome to this event organized by the European Movement International. Very quickly, for those who don't know, the European Movement International is one of the largest and longest-standing pan-European networks of pro-European organizations. We're active in over 30 countries, and we represent a variety of interests, including some of the political party interests, advocating for integration, peace, democracy, and citizen participation. And tonight, we will try to discuss political campaigns, communication, how political parties, how political candidates run their campaigns, how they address different audiences, especially young audiences, in the context of the European Parliament elections. I think you might have heard that in less than 50 days, the European Parliament elections will take place between the 6th and the 9th of June 2024. So once again, save your date. But let me now introduce the speakers. We are really, really privileged to have a very interesting group of members of the European Parliament that have been working quite a lot in the last 5 years, bringing ideas and working for a better future, hopefully. So let's start with the first one. I would like to introduce Martine Kemp from Luxembourg, from the European People's Party group. So Martine, welcome. Join me in welcoming her. You can take a seat. Next, I'd like to introduce Hanna Neumann, member of the European Parliament from Germany, representing the Greens EFA group. Welcome. And last but certainly not least, I would like to introduce Timo Volken, German MEP representing the Socialists and Democrats group in the European Parliament. Welcome. And before starting, maybe I'd like to go through a couple of housekeeping rules. As Alonso said, and I would like to thank Alonso again for the great work you've been doing today, really, really impressive stuff. We will try to make this conversation as engaging and interactive as possible. So I will ask a few questions to the MEPs in which we'll try to share ideas and discuss campaign, communication, and the upcoming European elections. But we also would like to see what you guys think. We would like you to engage with us and maybe make it as interactive. So get your phones ready, because we will use Lido. We will ask you a couple of questions, and then we will try to find some time at the end for a Q&A session in which some of you, if you feel like it, will have the opportunity to engage and ask maybe 1 or 2 questions to our speakers that are very, very happy to respond to that. So let's start. I would like to kick off with a question to the three of you. The same question in which perhaps trying to take stock of these last 5 years and the elections political campaigns, engaging young audiences, but a variety of audiences in your work, in your political work. It'd be very interesting maybe if you could share maybe your thoughts about some of the key lessons that you've learned, both good and bad, we don't know, about your work in campaigning, in maybe addressing also specific audiences. And in this case, it'd be very, very interesting to have insights on how you engage young audiences. So Martine, if I can start with you.
So that a little bit, when I understand you well, to look back also on the last campaign 5 years ago. To be honest, I never made a difference in my campaigning, as I'm quite young. Right now I'm 29, so for the last campaign I was 24. So I felt like I'm still part of that young future movement, and that I don't have to make a big difference in my communication. So I did a lot on social media. with the classical one like Facebook, Instagram. Started also as I was not part of the European Parliament for the 5 years term. I just entered the European Parliament last October. So I also started by that on a TikTok account, because before I wasn't that active on that platform because I'm a traffic engineer. And as traffic engineer, you don't have to show the people so much on TikTok. I don't know if the people are interested by just seeing me drawing plans and going out and looking if the projects are doing good. So I started TikTok to share with the people what me as an MEP I'm doing, what the tasks are, what the topics are, the actual topics are. So from that point, I'm using social media, but maybe just coming back on the campaigning topic, I would also say that as coming from a smaller country, it is also really important to go outside, to be on the field, to be with the people, and to meet the people in real life, and to engage with the people outside, I think, for the first.
Thank you very much. And by the way, today I've met quite some engineers that are possibly in this room, so there's definitely interest from their side too.
Engineer power in Parliament in the future.
There we go. So it's getting very technical. Amazing. Hannah?
Well, I think I'm age-wise somewhere in the no man's land between young and old. But there's one thing I learned early on. Young people don't pick up phones to call you, and usually they don't write like proper formal emails. Yeah, I see some giggling here, so I guess that characterization was kind of right. And that's why I love social media, many write comments or quick personal messages, and that was one of the biggest revelations for me in the last 5 years. Also, a lot of people who are active in many countries around the world, not even the European Union, would find it quite easy to address me on the social media, but would never write me an email. So, for example, when there were protests in Iraq, people kept sending me footage of human rights violations that I could then use for my political work. I had the same thing with young Iranian women and men in the diaspora, so those living here as well as those from inside Iran, because it's much easier, also privacy-wise, when you are afraid that you might face repression. It's much easier to just send a kind of anonymous Instagram message than to go through all these formal processes, which is why I happily, since the beginning of my mandate, used Twitter. That's a bit more difficult now. I still happily use Instagram. And I thought it was a long internal battle for TikTok, because I don't want the people that sent me human rights violations to send it on a platform that's owned by Chinese. But now we have the Digital Service Act. I still have different phones, but I have some hope that this could also be a platform for me to engage with young audiences. I'm just not going to pretend to be young myself, because that would be cringe by now, I think. So finding my own way in that. But that was, at least in Germany, we realized, because many political parties, because of the privacy issues, refrained from entering TikTok, that kind of the right had taken over this platform. And the moment one of my kids said, "Mom, we are actually not Googling, we are TikToking for information," I was like, oh shit, maybe we have to shift strategy. And I entered TikTok about 2 months ago. And I'm very happy to see that, for example, under the hashtag of Reclaim TikTok, there is a growing community of people that provide actual information and not just hate and disinformation on the platform. So it was a surprisingly good experience. And I want to use TikTok and Instagram also during my campaign, because it allows me, and that's something many of us learned during the pandemic, that usually you go to an event like this one, okay, this one is big and really cool, so I'm talking to, 300 people? Sometimes you just talk to 30, but if you have open up spaces on TikTok or Instagram, you can get more, and you can also get people who can't afford, for example, to travel to Berlin, or who just live in areas where they don't have so many opportunities to engage with politicians. So I think it makes the whole thing a lot more democratic, which is why I like to be there.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And it's also very interesting to hear that you've already touched upon some of the things that I would like to ask later. And it's also very nice to see that you've mentioned definitely the challenges of social media, but also the benefits and the potential added value. For example, as an organization, we've also decided to join TikTok just a few months ago, and this was the result of a huge, long internal battle. So we very much feel you. Timo?
First of all, I'm really happy that we can meet in person again. So, of course, when we started this mandate and the pandemic hit, we all changed the way of communication and we all tried new things, and hopefully we are not using WebEx anymore, but more modern platforms. But in my campaign 2019, I relied a lot on YouTube. When I was also, as you, only coming to the parliament throughout the half-time. And when I entered the parliament, my question was, how can I communicate with younger people? And the answer for me, 7.5 years ago, was very easy. It's YouTube, because I used it for my own information and I used it in my daily life. So I started a channel there, which was quite successful back in the days, but yeah, well, you have to keep up with the content, developing new formats and all this, and somehow I don't have time for that anymore. So I still have this channel. I'm still happy about it, but it's not used as frequent as back in the days. My go-to platform at the moment for communication is Twitch. Because I really like the interaction with people. And of course my streams don't usually are not followed by 2,000, 3,000 people, but this Wednesday evening I had a live stream with I think 300 people, and I think this is quite a good amount of people, because I still have time to focus on the questions in the chat and to answer them. And I think the one point why I like Twitch or other live streaming formats better than TikTok or Instagram is that it's not only a one-way street. So it's not about sending information, but it's about engaging. And this is why I honestly believe that live streams, live chats, and formats using this and the possibility to also interact with the audience or voters, however you would like to say it, is the best way of communicating in the internet.
Great, thank you very much. And now I'm already coming to you, to the audience. So I would like to ask you to go, I think you can see it on the screen, on slido.com, or just scan the QR code for ones who can. If not, if you can either, I'll share it with you. Use this QR code, it should work. If not, you go on slido.com and you type, the code is 4243276. And we would like to ask you one question to sort of, test the temperature of the water and see it. So I'll give you a minute to join. And I think people are already replying, including with numbers. It's a bit like in Lost. I don't know if you guys, maybe it's an old TV series. So the question that we're asking is, what issues are most important to you as a young voter in the upcoming European elections? I'll give you some time to reply. I can see that more and more people are joining, so cool. So, Ula. Opa. So I can see that climate change is coming up very strongly. Enlargement, okay. Security, migration, sustainability, education, climate justice paired with climate change, good. But then also supporting Ukraine. Climate justice again. It doesn't work? Okay. Oh, well, it worked for him.
Yeah, I scanned it.
Ah, amazing. It's all good. So, okay, quite a lot of answers to see what are the most important issues for them. So the strongest one is climate change, migration, security, climate justice, protection of democracy, very good, human rights, climate, again, peace, security and foreign policy, integration, values, environmental protection, paid internships, very good one, inclusion, absolutely, safety, and then also vote. So maybe I can ask for a quick reaction from our speakers. So as I said, it's clear that some of the key topics that have been really part of this mandate were very high in this reaction. Climate change, climate justice, but also democracy. Enlargement came up very strongly. Today I've also met a lot of people from candidate countries, so very interesting. Foreign policy, education, paid internship. So who would like to react on just quickly with your thoughts? Anna?
I can quickly, because I have to admit I'm quite happy that climate change still features so prominently. And this shows, well, it's a young audience in here, because 5 years ago, everything in the campaign from all political parties was about climate change. We embarked on the Green Deal, which was tough fights. Timo and I were sometimes in the middle of it to make sure that we actually live up to this promise that we need to fight climate change. And now that we thought, okay, we put the economy on track for the green transition, we put mobility on track, there are some political parties who want to roll all of this back, also saying no one cares about climate change anymore. Maybe they just asked the 60+ people, because apparently in here it's different, and I'm very happy for this message. We just need to make sure that this again also comes back into the major debates, the television debates and all of that about these elections.
Good. Timo, wanna go?
Very quickly. So I think the latest Eurobarometer was published on Tuesday.
Indeed.
Something, and climate change is only scoring at rank 5 in the most important things, or 4. But so what Hannah just said, the difference is very obvious. So, and this is, I think, the call to action for all of you in here. Of course, you are going to vote in the European elections in June. So, but the most important point is that, in most countries, the voters of younger age are in a minority. So this, for us, or for you, if you don't consider me as young anymore, it's very important that we go to the votes, that we go to the election, and we bring as many people as possible of our age to the elections. Otherwise, the older ones who are not so much interested in climate change and other questions we saw on this poll are interested anymore. So this is, I think, really why it matters to have events like this one, and especially I'm really happy that in Germany for this European election we have been able to lower the age for the elections to 16, which was quite a fight, and I hope that many of you will use this new right and show that young people are still interested in politics. And my firm belief is they are more interested in politics than the older generation, as we are still living longer on this planet. So for us it's more important, and this is what I hope will be a sign from the European elections, that the youth really cared and that the youth will make an impact on this European election.
Thank you. Martine?
And for me, it's also a point of representation afterwards in European Parliament, because seeing all those topics mentioned there, it's looking around in Parliament, even in my political group, looking around with a lot of older men, where I'm not always sure if they want to protect a future or a world where we want to have babies and where we want to have a family living on that planet. And that was also the question mentioned in a workshop earlier this day, where young people were asked if they want to have still children in such a world coming up. And I think that summarizes really well all the words written down there for the important topics.
Absolutely. If I can just pick quickly two things. Timo made a very good point that for the first time, 5 member states of the European Union allowed minors to vote. Greece, aging from the age of 17, then Germany, Belgium, Malta, and Austria, if I'm not wrong. And then on the second point about representation, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's only 2, if not 3, MEPs out of the 705 that are younger than 30 years of age, and you're one of them. It's so
29.
29. It's her and Kira Maria Peter Hansen. So keep this in mind, 2 out of 705 for the next elections. I would definitely keep it in mind because the point of representation is just crucial. Okay, moving on, I'd like to touch a bit about campaigning related to the use of technology and social media and platforms. Some interesting things I've already said, but Martin, if I can come back to you, specifically on these elections and even more specifically when it's about engaging young voters. What's the role of social media and this innovative technology? Hannah, for example, made a very interesting point about TikTok and how it's been monetized and used, frankly, very successfully by the far right or malicious forces. What's your take on that?
For me, social media plays a big role in campaigning, but it gives me also the opportunity to see, because one thing is that the people will follow you on Instagram, that they get your information, but I also love to look at the profiles who are following me and follow them back also, then also being up to date what's maybe going on in their life. So today I also met a person I never met in real life, but I followed her on Instagram, and I was just like, I know you're from Instagram. And she was like, yeah, me too, same for you.
Such a typical conversation in these situations, by the way, I love it.
But so I think social media is playing such a big role in campaigning, but also in life as a politician. Because, of course, Instagram, you are putting on your information, but it's your choice to also follow back people and also to be informed about what they are doing and where they are engaged. Because sometimes it's so impressive, like, sure, I'm a member of European Parliament, but there are so many young people very engaged in many different ways. And it's just so great to see also them and also support them in their engagement. So therefore, social media, highly important also for campaigning, but also more than that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Hannah, related to that, there is an ongoing, very important debate on disinformation. The European Union, several member states have been facing, strong interference in which malicious actors, starting from Russia, but other forces, have been spreading disinformation, very particularly targeted disinformation or misinformation campaigns, especially ahead of elections, whether they're national or European. Same thing that happened in 2020 with the US elections, to give an example. If we look at the upcoming European elections and the work that political parties and political candidates have been doing and will do for this campaign, what do you think are the key priorities to sort of try to tackle and combat disinformation as successfully as possible?
I would say we need 3 things. The first one, and that's something we worked on a lot in the last 5 years, is regulation. So we just, as we have in the real world rules, we need to have these rules also in the internet on how do we communicate. For example, this whole digital violence thing, like hate, doxing, and all of that, basically it's forbidden, and we also need to hold platforms accountable. So if that's the rule, you don't manage to implement the rules on your platform, you got to be sanctioned in one way or another. And finally, we put the rules down in the Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act, we put the sanctions down, and the Commission is running investigations and checking if that's happening. So on that one, I would say we tried. Now let's see how the rules are playing out in terms of the implementation. The second thing we need to do is, it is quite clear that there are foreign governments who are, and that's like a warfare, but in cyber, really trying to split us apart as a society, to weaken us, to steer conflict that isn't there in reality. They are just building it up, and that one, we basically need to defend ourselves against that, as we would do when there are battle tanks coming into our countries. And I think we first need to build that understanding that these are really malign attacks, and we need to treat them as such, and build up our cyber defense capacities. This includes, because it's disinformation, also debunking, pre-bunking, so being proactive on that. And the third one, that's where I'm also touching my nose, as we would say in Germany, is we have to be very careful, those who benefit from democracy, be it politicians, but also be it media outlets, traditional media outlets, that we do not fall for disinformation and reproduce it. To give you one example, there has been a targeted disinformation campaign of the Russians about the social services tourism of Ukrainian refugees. So basically they would just come here, they would take the social services, they would take the money back home. They're actually not endangered. They just go back and forth, and there are buses going between Berlin and Kiev. This was on Telegram channels, shared information by Russian agents. The moment politicians say that in high-level political discussions as if it were a fact, I can't regulate that anymore. And we just shouldn't become Trojan horses of disinformation. And sometimes people do that even unintentionally. So we just have to be very careful. Can we fact-check this information before we repeat it? Who benefits from this information? And it's the same for each and every one of you. If you get weird messages saying stuff, please don't just forward them in groups. Check them before, and if you see people forwarding them, say, have you checked this? Couldn't it be? And there's one third thing we didn't manage with the regulation, and I think that's a homework for us for next time, is the algorithms. Because we are doing so much politics on these platforms, the algorithms determine a lot what we see, what we don't see, who engages with who doesn't. I think they have to be transparent, and we need to have debates about if we want them to be like that or not, if we want them to change, or if we then change platforms if they don't. And this is something that we should tackle next time, because I think they are too important to be left to the secrecy and just the money-making of the big platforms.
Thank you very much. Timo, I have the feeling you might want to react.
I can also answer another question if you like. So you
Please.
said you want to keep it as engaging as possible. So I can continue on that topic for hours, because I was working on that quite intensively.
Okay.
But I think this might bore someone here. But very quickly, so we tried to address the problem of the algorithms. If you look at a platform, why is a platform featuring content? What would be your idea? Guess. Why is Instagram showing you a certain post? Or why is TikTok suggesting you money? Yeah, it's all about money. And how do the platforms earn money? By selling ads, exactly. So what we tried to do, and in my initiative report I did in the very beginning of the mandate, we said we need a phase out of personalized advertisements. We need a rule saying platforms are not allowed to collect personal information to use it to target you as a customer, to target you and to sell advertisements. But this is the basic model of all platforms. They're earning money by collecting data and by telling someone who wants to run an advertisement, I can bring your ad to 400,000 people, which will be your customers very likely, because I know how old they are, what they are eating when they are getting up, and that they really need your product. And this is a threat, obviously, to our private data, But this is also the reason why the platforms will never, even if their algorithms are transparent, they will not change their behavior. So if you want to really change the way platforms work, you have to tackle these personalized advertisements. And the truth is that a majority in the member states and a majority in parliament didn't want to do it. And this is the reason for that is an intense lobbying by the big tech platforms. So we didn't had TikTok back then in the discussion, but of course this was also interesting for Meta, the first one, Google, but also Apple was not very helpful. So they are all sitting there and saying, don't change our cash-making machine. So this is really a problem. And if we discuss it, we really have to ask why are platforms showing us content, and they do it to keep us as long as possible on their platform engaged so they can sell the next advertisement spot to a paying customer. That's the problem.
Okay, thanks. I'm actually glad I asked you because I think it was very interesting, and the issue of the algorithm is very interesting, and also the behind-the-scenes work. I think it's a useful conversation also to have a bit of a better understanding of also the work that you do for this audience. Timo, I actually have a quick question for you that I've prepared because. Very, very quickly, because I've been going to a lot of youth events or youth-led initiatives, and we also work with a lot of youth organizations, and often, aside from these events, we keep hearing, or we also keep reading in the news, in the media, that, you know, there's this feeling or a myth that, you know, the youth is not engaged, it doesn't feel empowered, it's alienated, they don't want to really be involved in those decisions that affect them. And I think today we have the living proof that I don't really think it's the case, but to see, I wanted just quickly your opinion, like how can we sort of address this perception, especially in a campaign as political parties, as political candidates, because also if you look at the data, recently I found out that 60% of young Europeans are part of youth organizations. And it's a massive number, if you think about it. I've met a lot of you that are part of youth organizations. So what's your take? What do you think?
Honestly, it's not correct, and we all know it. But older colleagues and older people in politics, I think they are trying to continue this spin that the youth is not interested in politics or political topics. And this is just a mechanism to have a justification for not addressing the urgent questions. And I think the example of climate change scoring the first and most important topic here in this round is a perfect example for that. So of course the climate change is still the pressing question, and for us it's even the most fundamental social question we have to answer globally, looking at the global south and the north, for example, but also of course within societies. So for me this is very clear. But if you don't want to listen to the ones who are raising the voice about climate crisis issues, then you just try to make them irrelevant. And you do it by ignoring them and telling, yeah, they are not interested. They are not visiting me in Brussels as a visitor group. I don't read their comments in the newspaper. So for me, they are almost not existing. And I think this is a mechanism which is very dangerous for our democracy and very dangerous for the participation. But the short answer is, I honestly believe that it is a myth, that it is a created lie that young people are not interested in politics.
Thanks a lot. Absolutely, yeah, exactly.
At least one agrees. Thank you.
Absolutely, great point. I just can agree. So this question offered me the assist for the next question that I would like to ask the audience. So if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you to take your phone for a second and last time. And you should see on the screen, for ones who can, and I apologize, we wanted to ask this question: do you feel adequately informed about the role and impact of the European Parliament in shaping policies that affect your daily life? This is very much linked to the last point that Timo made. Yes. So I'm just going to stand up. I hope it doesn't create too many interferences. So, 36%. It's a tête-à-tête. So, so far, not really, 40%. Okay.
Quite confusing.
It's quite confusing, 18%. Fair enough. It's I have the feeling that even for us in Brussels, sometimes things are quite confusing. So it's very normal. Do not worry about that. Yes, I'm the best, 35%. Good. A third of the audience is the best. Very good number.
3 are here.
So it seems that I can see that some people are still reacting, but the not really seems to be quite high. But at the same time, it seems that we have a rather informed and an interested audience. Again, what is your reaction when you look at these numbers? Martine, want to go first?
I have to say that when I entered the parliament, I was confused. I was surprised. I was also excited, of course. But it was a lot, and it's a lot more happening in Brussels and in Strasbourg than what we got as information back in our home countries. So we really just got like that filtered version of impact in Luxembourg, or you just got the information maybe some concrete politician want to give you, because also, to be honest, on my social media, I focus on the topics I most rely on. Or when there's, for example, someone asking specifically for a topic, if I could work on that one and do maybe a small reel on that one, I will do that one, but nonetheless, I will focus most on the topics I rely on. So it's really like that filtered version of information you get. And when you just get like filtered version and you don't have time to get all the information, like it's really nice from that the European Parliament is so transparent and that you can have all the information, you can have all the plenary texts, you can have a look into all the roll call votes of the Parliament. It's nice, okay, but it's raw information. It's nothing, it's not an information in a nicely manner that when you want to read through it quickly that you get any good information out of it. Like when I first saw that text that we are just amending an older regulation, I was like, okay, but what should I do with that? I really don't see the point in reading through that without knowing the regulation we did like 20 years ago. And I don't have that one in my mind, to be honest. So therefore, I think it's, I understand that response of the people, because it's quite tough to have that overview of the whole European politics. But on the other side, I would also say to the people that maybe just focus on a few topics that you are the most interested in, and try to stay there up to date, or mostly up to date.
Absolutely. And another great point is that we consume so much information. It's just so much. I agree, you know, it's part of my job to follow the work that people like you do, and sometimes I'm just sitting and I'm like, okay, where do I start? So I really feel that. Hannah, maybe would you like to comment? If not, we have a third and final question for you guys. So it's, if you can put it on the screen, and then we will, we'd like to see what you guys think, because we've talked about communication and communication channels. So the question is, which communication channels do you find most effective, meaning I suppose you use the most, for receiving information about political campaigns? And let's see what you guys think. And I think it can also be perhaps insightful information for the MEPs in this room, because they definitely have their own work to do. So,
but maybe I filibuster a bit, following up on the other question, because just to raise awareness about one point, the European Parliament itself is quite for nerds. You explained that, also really digging into nitty-gritties. And what is missing a bit, what we have when it comes to national level decision making, is that you have mainstream media that identify the one or two key political debates, that give you an overview which political party takes what position, what are the key conflicts. That simplifies a lot also what happens in the Bundestag or the Assemblée Nationale or whichever parliament is yours. And this kind of public mainstream debate is missing when it comes to the European level, that you, as not being the nerd, but just a normal citizen, gives you some kind of guidance. What is the key topic? What are the main conflict lines? And that's what makes it look even more complicated than it is, because this guidance function that you absolutely need to maneuver the place. I also often sit in these votes and I just play yes, no, maybe, not really knowing what I vote on a lot of files, because we are just not nerds and everything. So I see your point in feeling lost even 5 years later sometimes.
Absolutely, thank you. I will just read a few answers to give you an idea. So Instagram seems to be the most effective and used tool to get information. Russia Today, scary. I hope it was a joke. Also because it's been banned for very obvious reasons that we don't need to repeat in this room. TikTok, YouTube, okay. So YouTube, Timo, keep it in mind.
I'm not the only one, okay, that's good.
YouTube is still there. I belong to that sort of millennial generation, which YouTube was basically everything for me. But in the last couple of years, it's been dethroned by Instagram. Newspaper, okay, face-to-face. TikTok is there. Twitter, Facebook, nice. I've also, okay, events. Then, I don't know if I can read that word because I don't speak German. Tagesschau?
Perfect, very good.
So good, yes, thanks. Excellent. RTV, radio, okay. I actually read recently the radio is still one of the most consumed tools in Europe. It's really impressive. So I would say Instagram, Russia Today seems quite big here, and YouTube, but then also more traditional channels. Okay, so before going to the Q&A session, we would like to give enough time for people from the audience who feel like, asking some questions or following up with anything that has been said. So get ready to prepare your questions, and then I think our colleagues will go around with the mic and give you the opportunity to ask a question. I have a final question for the three speakers, which is, looking back, but also looking ahead. What is your wish for these European elections, when it's about not only campaigning, but also the way the elections will be run, the debate, the political debate? Because Hannah, you've mentioned, the fact that often the debate is really poisoned with, hate speech, violent messages, targeting also specific groups, often historically underrepresented groups, and so forth. So if you could just share with us a couple of words about, what you would really like to see, and also what you expect. Because, we also need to be firm about how things should work. So maybe I can start from you, Martine.
So coming from Luxembourg, everybody has to go to vote. So I don't fear that the young people are not going to vote because they have to.
Voting is mandatory, indeed.
Yeah. So from that point, I feel safe because I know that the young people will then make also a choice. But I hope that all the people, not only the young people, but they are going to the polls and voting for not only making a cross like that, but doing a choice. They really thought about it. They thought about the consequences, and they thought about their choice. So that's something I really hope for the next European elections. And when they are doing it like that, then I don't fear the outcome of the European elections.
Brilliant, thanks. Hannah?
I'm a bit more fearful, and for me, Luxembourg is always one of these happy places. In parts of Germany, but also in other European Union member states, I really think democracy and the fact that we have a European Union is something that is at stake in these elections, where it's not clear that we won't end up with a big right-wing voter turnout, that we won't end up with people coming in large numbers that want to roll back this whole European Union process. And I think everyone who believes in democracy and everyone who believes in the European Union, also amongst us politicians, really should invest a lot of time in respectful debates that focus on the subject matter and that strengthen and protect the democratic idea, rather than engaging in what some may perceive as easy wins on the detriment of minority groups, on the detriment of democracy itself, on the detriment of a respectful discussion. And what I'm saying right now is, okay, we are competitors in this. That's fine. That's the beauty of democracy. We have our ideas. You can choose. But let's not destroy the game itself for the easy win. And I think each and every one of us in this situation, especially those who campaign in regions or countries where it's really at stake, and that's also big ones like France or Italy. I mean, we should invest 80% into protecting democracy, making sure minorities feel safe, all of these things, and then we can have 20% for the competition, but really not the other way around. It's not a time for gambling.
Thanks very much.
Well, I hope that during this campaign, and it's only 50 days left in Germany, fewer days in other countries before the first polling station open, I really hope that we are going to discuss political topics which are important. So 10 years ago, when I did my first campaign, it was all about explaining how the European Union works. If anyone understands how the German Bundestag or the national parliaments make laws. So they don't understand, or I don't understand our rules of procedure of the parliament, and I don't expect anyone to understand all the details. But what we need to understand is that the European Parliament really has an impact. And this time it's highlighted by a fact Hannah was just referring to. The majority of governments in the European Union is conservative or far right. And the European Commission will follow the majorities in the governments. So it will most likely also have a strong tendency towards the right. And this will put in danger very important topics like social justice, like fighting the climate crisis. And the European Parliament is the only institution which is up for election now, and where the vote really matters. And if the majorities in the European Parliament can be the contrast to the majorities in the Council and the European Commission, we will have an effect, and we can change laws to the better. So this is why this election is so important. This is why we shouldn't waste discussing, is it a regulation or a directive? What are the competences of the European Union? We need to spend our time in campaigning for the important issues which are at stake at the moment, and you mentioned them earlier in your first Slido, Paul, and this is what it is about. And my wish for this election really is that everyone in this room and out there understands that the European Parliament is a powerful institution if people go to vote and if people back us with a high voter outcome. If we will end up in a situation where 50% of all European citizens said, I don't care about the European Parliament, I don't go to the vote, then the governments will put us aside and say, listen, you are not elected by a majority, don't interrupt our closed shop here. And this is the role of the European Parliament, and this is why these elections are so important this time.
Amazing. Well, thank you all very much. And now we have enough time to take some questions from the audience. So our colleagues will walk around with the mic. So please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and ask your question. Try to be concise. And if you want to address it specifically to one MEP or another, just do so. And do I have to be the one picking up? The one right there was very fast. So let's start with him. Shall we do one by one? So, okay. So introduce yourself, and if you want to address it specifically to someone, please do so. If you can stand up, please.
Of course I can. Oh, it's pretty loud, actually. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. And thank you that you really try to engage with the people. And I have a small question that is addressed to everyone sitting on the panel. So you're really trying to be transparent about your life as a politician, your work as a politician, but not to attack you as a person, but just everyone who is elected by the people. Wouldn't it be more effective and more valuable to defense of democracy if members of parliament also be transparent of things they wouldn't like to share in the first moment, such as gifts they receive or people they met, and information they have. So this transparency rules that has an impact on how the people are electing you can see and really think of how you specifically made out your opinion. And also who will correct and control this transparency rules. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Who would like to take it? Timo, please.
Very quick, because the rules apply to all three of us. So we do have mandatory rules for publishing our meetings with lobbyists. They are not as comprehensive as I would like to see them. And unfortunately, the scrutiny about our implementation of the rules is not very good. So there are a lot of politicians who don't have any meetings on the website. So either they are lazy or they don't want transparency. Some of them maybe both, but the majority, I think, they don't want to tell you who they are meeting. And the rules for publishing meetings apply for all members who do have a special function, like being the committee president or the parliament's president. Or if you are the rapporteur for a file, you have to publish all your meetings. But I, for myself, and I don't know how you are handling it, I'm publishing all meetings because I'm not meeting anyone who I would like to publish. Of course, some colleagues say, and Hannah just mentioned it, and this is, I think, an important exception. If you're working in sensitive areas, if people, for example, are sending messages to you highlighting the violation of human rights, or if a workers' union representatives comes to you to talk to you about certain issues, of course, you shouldn't and we are not forced to put this online so that the other ones can do some repressions towards this whistleblower, right? So this is not what it's about. But all the lobbyist meetings should be published, and there is a rule which, from my point of view, is not strong enough, and I do it voluntarily. I publish every meeting. So, and on the, I don't know if these are connected to the internet, but if you look at our profiles on the European Parliament's website, you can go to the section meetings, and there you can see all previous or all scheduled meetings. So this is quite transparent. And on the gifts, yes. So for us, we do have the official rule that we are allowed to receive gifts up of the value to 150 euros, which is quite high. And if you receive a present or a gift in your official capacity, like the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, meeting another president from a different country, and they are exchanging gifts, this needs to go on the Parliament's website and doesn't stay with the committee chair, but goes to the Parliament. So this rule of 150 euro, I think, is quite generous. My group limited it to 100 euros, which is also still quite a lot. Yeah, but gifts need to be published on the website, and if the value is higher than 150 euros, officially they are not allowed.
Thank you so much. Do you want to react? If not, we can just go with the next question.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so we moved from there, so I'm going to do it back and forth, if you don't mind. The woman in the very first row.
Thank you. So, my name is Harsarat. I'm from Barcelona. I am an educator, I'm professor and very young, 28, and also I am consultant at Google. I actively work on neuroscience from quite a long time, and my family also works for mental health and child education. So I was just looking there that everyone was talking about several different issues, but what I have seen among youth is mental health, and that is so crucial. And there are a lot of issues among young people that they are suffering, but they're afraid of telling it loud. So my question is, like, from the eyes of European Parliament, how important it is, as we all youth are here, and we should talk about it, right, loud. So how important it is from the eyes of European Parliament? If yes, then what are the policies regarding it that we do currently have? And how people like me, and there are several young leaders here, how we can come forward to break the stereotype and to come forward to, reduce it as a taboo and to speak it loud, like we are not sick or it's not a problem. We can talk about it loud. So how can we do that? So that's my question.
It's a great question. Thank you very much. Who would like to pick it up? Yes, exactly. Thank you so much.
First of all, I'm very, very glad that you raised this question. I have 3 teenage kids myself, and there have been in this generation mental health issues before the pandemic, but in many EU member states, we failed the young generation during the pandemic. And this increased many mental health issues, be it eating disorders, being depression and anxiety, and there is a long list. And at the same time, those that could take care of these needs were reduced in numbers, either because we don't have enough professionals, or because funding was reduced, or because certain services are just not supported by the health services anymore. So we failed them in the pandemic, and now we continue to fail them as a society. Now, if you ask me what can we do in the European Parliament, we still face the issue that health is something that is in the competence of member states, in some member states even of the regional level. So there is a limit to what we can do in terms of setting the rules. In the pandemic, however, we managed to put some major issues on the European level. And there was another issue where we failed youth, that was during the financial crisis on the unemployment, where we also managed to raise this to some degree as a European issue so that at least we could support. And this is a discussion we need to have for the next mandate, we can't make rules for member states on how they're supposed to do that, but what we can in theory always do is provide additional resources, encourage so that those who want to do something have the resources. Part of the truth is that we also have a money problem at the European level, because at the moment everyone's short in funds, and we are so at the European level, and then it becomes an issue of prioritization, which is again why I encourage you, as difficult as it may be as an individual, but encourage you as those who represent certain groups of young people to continuously raise this, which makes it easier for people like me, and I'm sure my 2 colleagues here, to pick it up and say it is a major issue. The other point, and I know of 2 or 3 cases, at least in the German Bundestag, is that we ourselves, who are seen as leaders, as examples, as elite, as whatever, show that, well, we are humans too, and some of us go through these struggles as well. And that by us speaking about some of these aspects, we open up a space of acceptance where maybe young people who feel much more vulnerable for good reasons also think it is okay to say that it's not a stigma, it doesn't mean you don't have a career anymore. I can just share one little example, not on the mental health, but on this whole gender thing. I always say, if the Greens would not have a quota, I would not be a member of European Parliament. Because as a woman, I always thought, this is not for me. And whenever there was a free place and there were 3 or 4 men fighting for it, I was just like, okay, let them sort it out. And now I'm a member of the Parliament, and I think I'm actually doing quite well, which was also hard for me to say that like this.
Amazing. Yes.
But if we just share our struggles more, everyone else can be a bit more human and then support each other when the shitstorm hits. Because that's sadly something that exacerbates the problem, that when you open up and share and you make yourself kind of vulnerable, you want to be held. You don't want to be smashed, right? But sadly, that's what we still see too often.
May I just add something on everything you said? I can just sign to that. That's really hard in the field also of health to do something, but maybe it's also a first step to do a year of mental health, a European year of mental health, to have the topic, to raise awareness, to speak about it. It's maybe nothing concrete that you can grab on, but it's at least one step into the direction that we are speaking more actively on it and go on that topic.
One sentence
Please.
to add, because this we discussed it in Parliament last year. So Parliament voted on a resolution on mental health. And it requested the European Commission to come up with a strategy on mental health. Our last work on mental health is 10 or 12 years old. And I think the landscape has changed dramatically. So MEPs are, and again, a good argument for going to the votes. We are aware of this issue. We put it on the agenda. We followed up on the Commission's communication on that, which was quite weak, to be honest. And now we are calling for this, and I really hope that the next Commission will put it in its working program. And my party, I think the EPP as well, I haven't seen your European program yet, Hannah. We are already having the mental health issue as one of our priorities in our manifesto for the next European election. So just to say that this issue is not under the radar, but dealt with in the European Parliament. Of course, it's not a law yet, and Hannah is right. It is quite difficult to rule on health issues in the European Union, but I think we all three honestly believe that we have to tackle it, and that we do have a very high urgency to counteract mental health issues all over Europe.
Thank you very much. The gentleman there was very fast. So.
Thank you, Alexandros Apostolidis, from the Executive Board of the Young European Federalists of Europe. And it's a pleasure to be in activity of European Movement International specifically, of course. Thank you.
Very true. Thank you very much.
And I'm also working for the Collectif for a Common European Civil Service in France. One of the problems that youth organizations and political organizations are having right now is a new rule of meta, according to which political messages will not be prioritized in the algorithms, and only people who regularly follow us and even interact with us regularly will receive our news. And you commented extensively about using social media for your political work. And this has even a different extent of responsibility, of course, where it's not only about the civil society, it's about elected representatives being under the control of a private company about how they reach their voters. So I don't have a specific question. I would like to hear your remarks on this problem, because those, of course, are private companies, but they don't have democratic legitimation to decide how you communicate with your voters. Thank you.
I think he answered himself, but great point. But Timo, if you want to add anything, I mean, you're very exhaustive.
You said it. Meta argues that they are keeping their platform clean, and they don't want to interfere with elections, and in that they are deprioritizing political content. But what they are not doing is deprioritizing fake news and hate speech. And again, it's about keeping people on the platform. We already discussed it today. Political content is not very attractive for companies. So which company is buying an advertisement for people who are interested in, let's say, the German Social Democratic Party? So most companies will not address voters, but they will address a certain peer group. And for that, political content is not so important for the platforms, and Meta can act as like, we are strong, we keep our platform clean, and we do something to protect the integrity of the European election. In fact, they are doing the opposite. And 5 years ago, they did something very dangerous to the European elections. Again, they prohibited paid advertisement campaigns with a cross-border effect. And for a European election where we want to create a European community, where we want to create interest cross-border, this was very dangerous, very counterproductive. So that's not the first time Meta is acting in a very strange way. And for me, it's some, I don't know, greenwashing in the digital age for them, right? So they can claim we do something to protect the election, but in fact they're doing the opposite. And this is a really dangerous development. The good thing is you can turn on in the settings, in your interests, you can turn on that you want to receive political content again. So in a way, I have to say, they are doing something we ask them to do. We ask platforms to allow users to set the specific things which an algorithm should filter. So they do it for this specific thing, but not for others. And this, again, is for me, this is why this strategy is only greenwashing, very dangerous, and you rightly complain about it. But the good news is, if you realize you don't see political content anymore, go to your settings screen and turn it back on. That's possible.
Thanks very much. There are so many questions, but we can try to speed up. Thanks a lot. Back there, I have the feeling that also our colleague is walking a lot, and I'm sorry. We'll try to take as many as possible. We still have 20 minutes, and our panel has been very generous, but let's try. Thank you.
So hi, thank you for being here and for taking the time to speak with us. My name is Matilda, and I'd like to talk to you today about the crisis of representation that is currently going through all our democracies. So given the several controversies of corruption that have broken these past few years that were mentioned, and the fact that you mentioned that our vote in these elections is so important, how do we connect people with their democracies again? How do we make them want to vote when they don't feel like they're heard or even being represented by their politicians? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to take it? Martin?
I can try to. Because it's a quite tough one, as when you have one person, one MEP being corrupt, it's the whole European Parliament who is corrupt. The headline is not that one did some corrupt stuff, but it was the whole European Union, it was the whole European Parliament. And that makes it quite hard, because that headline, it's going really fast into the minds of the people. And to get that out, it's even tougher. Because even I was already confronted with a lot of people discussing with me that we are all corrupt. And you are just like standing there, you are trying, you give your best to have every meeting in that transparency register on the platform. And I even have to be honest, my trainee just controlled it and I missed one or two, and I have to redo it and correct it. But still, I do my best to be transparent as I can. I try to do my job, I take my responsibility as good as I can to represent the people in the European Parliament. But it's still so hard to defend the European Parliament while having 1 to 5 black sheep in that parliament. Because when I'm speaking to people, I'm speaking to them eye to eye. So it's one person that I have in that moment, or maybe 10 people. And if they are really sharing the message that not every politician is being like that, not every person being responsible there is behaving like that, it's really hard. So for me, it's a tough question to answer you like that and saying, this is our receipt, and when we are doing it like that, we will solve the problem. Because if it wouldn't be as simple, we would have solved it already. So I think we don't have to stop speaking to the people and showing them the good examples of politicians, showing them the politicians who are taking their responsibility really with honor and also knowing why they are in these institutions. So just don't stop speaking about the good people, even though you are maybe, because that's also something which is completely okay in democracy, that there are people in parliament, we are not always in line. So we are from 3 different groups in the European Parliament, and for sure we are not in one line when we are speaking about different topics, but we respect each other, I would say. We respect each other, and
I think it's going well, right? Just checking with the room. Okay.
And I think that's also really important, that also having the respect with the people having some different ideas, different solutions for European Union, but still solutions with a future for the European Union. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we can take 2 more questions. The person here. There? The last one? Okay, you will be the next one. Okay, or as you wish. We can take 2 questions. Okay, that one and that one. Our colleague is doing a lot of jogging, so thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I've seen on the board that close to the climate change, the topics of security were most important. So the question behind it is if there are any steps. I'm directing a question to the Hannah Neumann. Yeah, I would literally love to ask this question right now. If there are any steps taken to increase the public awareness in regards to PESCO initiatives, and therefore European sovereignty in the military sector and security sector. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can I take that question and then I'll let you
Can I
answer?
just go for a quick joke?
Please.
Who knows what PESCO is?
I was about to ask that.
Yes, okay. So I take the question later. Just didn't want to lose that one.
Great. We have a very informed audience, clearly. This is excellent. Yeah.
So, hello, I'm Marco from Italy, and I wanted to ask you, I was making a fast calculation. I was thinking that for every representative of the European Parliament is representing in my country, in Italy, around 800,000 people, and I was asking you, like, it's not too much for you? Oh, yeah. Don't you feel that is too much of a representation? Don't you think that maybe a cause of why people is not voting too much at this election, why only 50% of the turnout was last time one of the highest of the European history, is because this type of democracy is itself in crisis? What are you doing? I mean, this should be your first task for the next 5 years. I didn't hear it too much in the debate, no, in general, and I want to hear from the 3 of you, like, what are your strategies to make people participate again in Europe, to be participating in Europe cool again? So from next time, what are you doing to bring people, to bring 70 or 80% of people to vote for European election? This is my question from the soul of my heart, because otherwise, what is Europe, what is democracy? So this is my question.
Thank you. Hannah, you can take the first one, and then the 3 of you can take the second one.
So I start with the first one. PESCO is Permanent European Structured Cooperation. Even that doesn't help you, right? That's the thing with acronyms in the European Union. PESCO was the first attempt of EU member states to work together in the area of security and especially defense, which is not usually European Union competence, but people realized quite some time ago that it doesn't make sense to do everything 27 times, and when we need to fight together, things don't fit. So the idea was, okay, we voluntarily do things together. That's often how things start in the European Union. And then we had the Russian invasion into Ukraine, where we realized, okay, maybe we can't wait that long and can't be that slow because we are actually in danger ourselves, which is also where the focus of PESCO shifted, because often it was about how can we better conduct interventions elsewhere, and now it's a lot about how do we defend ourselves. And to me, the sad thing, and this is a debate that we will hopefully have in this European election, is that many leaders speak about European strategic autonomy, European sovereignty. There's even talk about the European army. But if I say, okay, but what are we actually doing together? Not, you know, just like the nice big picture Sunday speeches, but buying stuff together. It all falls back on member states, with the absurd consequence that we are now in competition with each other. So there is not enough ammunition, there are not enough battle tanks on the market. And rather than we are saying, okay, as the European Union, 27 times we put all our purchases together, we have a buyer's power, you know? What we do is Germans go, and French go, and Dutch go to the market, and Ukraine also needs something, and then what does the seller say? Well, it's a free market. Okay, those who want to go first, they need to pay more. And then we are running into competition. It's nuts. It's purely nuts. And we are working on the European level, and in this one, the Commission is trying to dole out some subsidies also to move away from this. But we are not really moving away from it, and it is quite frustrating. And I started to have this little game whenever someone comes to the Parliament and the Defense Committee and says, we need European whatever term next. They say, okay, I said, fair enough, you might be surprised, the Greens are in. Can you tell me which competence you want to transfer from the national to the European level so that we actually get there? And that's the debates we need to have. So I'm a bit sick and tired of discussing acronyms or wonderful concepts. I just want to say, okay, can we buy together? Can we produce together? Can we have a strategy who gets the stuff first? Because that's not rocket science. But apparently it really causes people to hyperventilate in all the defense ministries in the member states. So please join me in that debate. On the democracy one, and maybe that's how I just start the final round and then hand over to both of you. 800,000 is a lot. I think in Germany it's even worse. In addition, they keep us in Brussels and Strasbourg all the time. Like my colleagues in the German parliament, they have 25 weeks of sessions. I have like 40. So we're kind of double doomed. And that's something we're discussing with the calendar so that we can spend more time in the constituency. The constituencies will remain somewhat big, otherwise you will have to inflate the European Parliament to numbers no one can manage anymore. I think we need to think creatively about other tools. So we are all more active on social media than our national counterparts are. But I also want to raise something, and I know not here I'm preaching to the converted, but I still think it's important. Democracy comes from demos, which is the people. And this idea that you go to the ballot box every 4 or 5 years, you make your cross, and that's it, it doesn't work. Each and everyone has to play a part. And you can designate us to do some work in the European Parliament, but that shouldn't liberate anyone from doing work at home and in the constituencies and everywhere else. And I think we need to bring back that idea. And the second one on the representation. I also have the impression that sometimes people think, and that this thinking grows, that democracy, that you only like democracy if it turns out in your favor. It's like, you know, we go to the streets, we have marches, we have our demands, and if the politicians don't take up these demands one-on-one, they are bad politicians. Well, I listen to these demands and I listen to those demands, and I try to get the ideas from those that maybe don't even have the time or the resources to go on the streets and be loud, and then make up my mind what is the best for everyone. That's my role. That's why I'm never, every politician that tells you one-on-one as an interest representative, we're going to take all you want and we think that's the best solution, they either lie or they are bad politicians. And I think we also need to get back to this understanding that democracy means see what is best for everyone and to balance everyone's interest. And on these two things, well, maybe social media doesn't help because it kind of, well, makes those very pointed voices and these very strong and polarizing things very loud. And often my impression is, and even data confirms that, and I will end with this one, we are not as polarized as societies as we think because of how we use media at the moment. And this is also something that worries me a lot about democracy. So please, everyone, go out and vote and show that there is a large majority behind this European project that gave us peace for quite a number of years. And I work in regions where people envy us for this.
Thank you. Timo, would you like to show your phone?
The question of representation is, of course, always a problem. For smaller member states, it might not be as big of a problem. So I think in Malta, the representation is quite okay. They have 6 elected members. I don't know how many inhabitants, maybe 780,000. Yeah, well, yeah, okay, that's okay. In Germany, it's, I think, 870,000, so comparable to the situation in Italy. And I'm responsible for 7 constituencies of the German Bundestag, so of our parliament. And of course, it's not able to be as present there as our colleagues do it. So Hannah mentioned the many meetings we have, so this is something we will hopefully address in the next mandate. There's always an initiative that we change the meeting weeks and we reduce them. So we compress them a bit more. Of course, there are some challenges. If people come from Malta or from Poland, of course, they need a bit longer to travel to Brussels than I do from Osnabrück. So that's of course something which is true. Yeah. So, but the question is, how do so in Germany we do have 96 members of the European Parliament. We do have the highest number. And I think we do have a responsibility as members, but also as German citizens. So for us as citizens, it will be important to go to the elections. I come back to this again and again. The vote outcome, the turnout will be very crucial. First for our reception in the council, but of course also when it comes to the representation of the far right. The voters of the far right, they will go to the European elections because they hate the project and they want to see it die. So they will go. They do have an incentive to go there. All others who profit or benefit from the European Union, they might not like it because sometimes we do stupid and strange things. That's true. But I think for the vast majority of people, we do improve lives. So we do have the regulation on the minimum wages, for example. Social security is one of the topics you're really interested in. I think most of you will not be aware of the regulation on the minimum wages, which is very crucial. We also address the platform workers. We help 30 million people in Europe working on platforms to get a fair payment so that Amazon, Uber, Deliveroo, and however they are called, they do not misuse the social security systems and they pay their workers right. That's their obligation to do. So, and we, with the platform regulation, we set this in stone. So, but most people are not aware of it. So this is where we do have a problem. So as MEPs, we can simply not do it alone. So we try our best with social media, with all these conventions, and we go everywhere. But obviously, if you are representing 900,000 people, you cannot say hi to everyone and ask them, how are you feeling? What can I do for you? What do you expect from me? That's not how it works. So everyone who believes in the European system does have also, I think, a duty to mention whenever there's a discussion about certain topics that it's not about coffee machines in Europe only, but also about the big things. So we do have a common task to convince others that the European Union is a project which gives us stability, which gives us peace, and also, security. And if we lose that, we are doomed, because we will be the smallest part in the world in the competing systems of the different systems at the moment. So, we do our job, we try to do it, but simply because of the numbers, we cannot do it alone. We need all of you. And for that, thank you for being here today.
Excellent. Blah, blah. Okay. Martin, would you like to react? No. Okay. I'm afraid we're out of time. So it's 7:30. Exactly. So that's why I've asked, because we're out of time, and if you wanted to give your final thoughts.
Because I was like, really no pressure at all. Because I think that you said so many right things, and I really just like to mention again, like the responsibility of everyone in this room, every European, to be not only active during voting, but also in between the legislative periods, then being active Europeans, and staying informed and staying engaged.
I think it's the best way to conclude the panel. So, apologies that I couldn't take all the questions, but I would like to thank the three speakers again very much for your time, your insights. Really join me again for another round of applause, because it was really, really good. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for your engagement, for your interest, for your curiosity, and for your very good points. I'm pretty sure that we took note of them. And I would like to thank Alonso, of course, and all the team, the technicians, everybody at I. Please join me again to thank them, because they've done an incredible job. So, and also let me thank my colleague Karen for the help, because she's been absolutely fundamental for this. And I think Alonso will share a few final words, but we'll stick around again. I mean, as European Movement, we'll be here around a bit, and also tomorrow. So if you have any questions, please get in touch. And I think I can say the same for the free panels. If you want to know a bit more, you know where to find them. They are clearly very active on the social media. So thank you very much again. Alonso?
I'm not going to steal your main character moment. This has been a wonderful panel. After all this day of conversations, I think this has been the perfect ending for a wonderful day one of iBerlin. Well, we could say day two, depending on how you sell Thursday. So thank you very, very much for attending to my calls, my emails. Thank you also, and this is something that sometimes is not recognized, but thank you to the assistants as well of the members of the European Parliament. Which maybe you can become one day. And that being said, as an organizational announcement, we are closing the venue at 8 p.m. There's no more program going on. I guess if the speakers have still some time to stick around, I'm assuming you want to approach them, but we will officially close the venue at 8, so make sure you pick up after yourselves, that you get your stuff, that you don't forget anything, and that you get your energy ready to come back tomorrow for more fruitful and interesting discussions. Once being said, thank you to everyone, thank you to European Movement, and thank you to everyone for coming.